Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock. It's Monday morning, and we have a full day of UNFC and resource classification ahead of us. But first, a welcome from our Director General, Anneli Wirtén. The floor is yours, Anneli.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends from around the world, it's an honor for me to welcome experts on resource management from as far as New Zealand to the east and the United States to the west. This event has been made possible thanks to the support from the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe and their expert group on resource management, and from the Swedish innovation agency Vinnova. My name is Anneli Wirtén, and I'm the Director General of the Geological Survey of Sweden. And today it's my pleasure to welcome around 200 participants to this seminar on UNFC, United Nations Framework for Classification of Resources. The reason for us to arrange this event now for researchers, government agencies, and companies that deal with different aspects of resource management is that the survey today, together with the Swedish EPA, works with the Government Commission on Secondary Resources that includes a module on UNFC. And the survey is also involved in EU projects where UNFC is included. And we note that this tool is becoming more and more important across the globe. Today, we will learn about how the UNFC works and why it is so useful. It includes the connection to the circular economy and the importance of traceability of material flows to ensure responsible sourcing and sustainable development. We will take a closer look at how to classify primary and secondary raw materials, including aggregates, groundwater, and renewable energy, as well as underground storage, which is important for carbon capture and storage, as well as for hydrogen storage. And our idea is to learn from those who manage and develop this system that benefits the global teamwork on managing the resources needed to achieve the global goals, again, the Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, in order to mitigate the climate crisis and to achieve a more sustainable world. The Swedish industry has, in many areas, taken a global lead towards carbon dioxide neutrality over the last years, and we now have success stories as HYBRIT, producing fossil free steel from Swedish iron ore using hydrogen for reduction, and on their way to install renewable energy for the process. And Northvolt, currently building a gigafactory for producing batteries with up to 50% recycled material and working with ensuring responsible sourcing of the primary material. And Remap, planning on extracting rare earth elements, gypsum and phosphor to mineral fertilizers from mine waste from Europe's largest iron ore mines to cover 30% of EU's REE demand before 2030 and up to 100% for some of them. And being the government expert agency responsible for issues related to bedrock soil and groundwater and to meet society's need for geological information, we are very proud of the achievements from the industry, and we hope that the UNFC's systematic way of managing resources will further aid their future endeavors. So, again, a warm welcome to all of you who choose to follow this seminar and to all our speakers. We look forward to learning a lot today. And finally, I would like to thank Vinnova for co-organizing this event and leave the floor, or actually leave the screen, to Peter Åslund for a few words on Vinnova's interest in UNFC. Peter, welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Anneli. And I'm Peter Åslund. I'm head of department for industrial technology at Vinnova. And thank you, Anneli, for inviting Vinnova to co-host this event. I think collaboration between agencies are important for Sweden. And the collaboration between the Geological Survey of Sweden and Vinnova is a good example of fruitful collaboration. And the result give added value for Sweden and the Swedish innovation system. I would also like to promote the Swedish mining cluster as a world leader when it comes to driving innovation. And Vinnova is supporting the work through the Strategic Innovation Program for the Swedish Mining Innovation, the ERA-MIN. ERA-MIN is transnational network for funding organizations supporting by Horizon 2020. And again, the opportunity to international projects for Swedish partners. Vinnova wants to promote Swedish participation in Horizon Europe, and we have an open call right now where you can apply for funding for preparing application to Horizon Europe calls. There are suggestions to include the UNFC model in Horizon Europe calls in the future, and we believe that by giving all of you the opportunity to listen to this introduction, it will give you a head start in the application process regarding the uses of the tool. That's all for me, and I'm looking forward to an interesting program on this webinarium.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's very nice to have you here. And thank you, Anneli, for those welcoming words as well. We are sending here from a studio in Stockholm today, and I'm here together with my colleague Erika, and my name is Therese Beigarn, and I'm the R&D strategist at the Geological Survey of Sweden. And with us online today, we have also our colleague Anna Ottenhall at Vinnova. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you for introducing me. So my name is Anna Ottenhall. I work at Vinnova as a program manager, mainly working with raw materials and circular economy. So I think it will be really interesting to hear this seminar today, and I really look forward to it.
Thank you, Anna. We're really happy to do this together with you, and I think this is going to be a very interesting day. My name is Erika Ingvald, and I'm head of division for a division called Mineral Information and Mining Industry at the Geological Survey of Sweden. I'm also vice chair of UNEC's expert group on resource management, and you will meet people that I meet a lot in that work today. They are going to share all their knowledge with us. And as you hear, we have a lot of interesting stuff to do today, but first, some housekeeping rules.
Yes, and we would really like you to be able to ask questions, and for that we'll use Menti. Hopefully many of you have used it before. So you can either scan a QR code that you will see appearing in the screen, or go directly to menti.com and press the 7-digit code 8187147. You will see the code in the window as well when logging in to the web page. Please remember to submit the questions, otherwise we won't see them popping up at our end. We will probably not be able to answer all the questions, but we'll do as good as we can. And during our Q&A sessions that you'll see on the agenda as well. And please also remember to put down the name on the person that you want to ask the question, otherwise it will be really hard for us to figure out who you direct the question to. Of course, you can also ask me and Erika questions or if you'd like to ask the survey questions, or Anna, or if you have a question direct towards Vinnova. And Anna, you'll be with us at the end of the day as well, so if you have any question for Vinnova, please, you can wait until the end, so to say. So, it's time for our first speaker of the day, Scott Foster. Welcome. Scott, you've been UNEC as Director of Sustainable Energy for the last 10 years. And in this role, you've been guiding a sub-program that works to reduce the environmental footprint of the energy system, enable transitions to sustainable energy, manage the development of natural and anthropogenic resources in line with both Agenda 2030 and the planetary requirements, and support countries in acting on energy for sustainable development. So welcome, Scott. Where are you today? Geneva, it looks like, or?
That's just the background. We're still telecommuting. So I'm near Geneva, but I'm not in Geneva.
Okay. Well, welcome, Scott. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where all of you might be. I'd like to talk to you all about the subject matter, which is a framework for international cooperation on sustainable resource management. As you've mentioned, we've got a range of different activities going on with the Energy Sub-Program, and one of the key ones is sustainable resource management. We consider this to be a critically important topic, and if we can get this right, we will make enormous progress towards achieving the objectives of the 2030 Agenda and of the Paris Agreement. And I would like to run through that. So the theme of my remarks is transforming the extractive industries and critical raw materials as drivers of the future green economy. I believe everyone is familiar with the IPCC report that's just come out, which really puts the finger on climate change. And we are facing amazing challenges. The wacky weather that you can see around the world, whether it's flooding or forest fires, it's tornadoes, it's hurricanes, it's just going crazy. We talk about trying to keep the temperature from rising to 1.5 degrees, or at least well below 2 degrees. And all the information points to the fact that we're at 1.5 degrees or will be within the next few years. And that's pretty scary. If the temperatures and the weather that we're seeing now is 1.5 degrees, what happens when it continues to rise? And it looks like we're heading barreling down the track towards somewhere between 4 and 6 degrees. Multiply by 3 and 4 what we're seeing today, it becomes quite scary. Now, my title is Director of the Sustainable Energy Division at UNECE. And so everybody thinks that I'm working on energy efficiency and renewable energy, and that's true. But there's a different way of thinking about sustainable energy. And that's, if you will, the other half of the equation, because we also have a development challenge. There are people in the world, lots of them, who are very worried about climate change, as we all are. But they're also worried about putting food on their table, roof over their head, educating their children. Climate change is on their list of hierarchies, but it's not necessarily number one. And the challenge is, how can we meet the Paris Agreement objectives, keeping the climate from rising, keep the change to within 2 degrees, well below 2 degrees, and delivering on the development challenge at the same time? And that's what we've got to find, is some kind of a magic solution that delivers on both. Now, there's an additional challenge, which is the resource challenge. And if you look at what's happening today, the volumes of resources that we're consuming, they're extraordinary. And if everybody were to consume the way the Western economies consume, if they were to consume the way American consumers consume, we would need 7 planet Earths to deliver the volumes that are required. So just in terms of the amount of resources that we're using, it's just not sustainable. When you think about how much waste is involved, how much we produce that's actually not useful and usable, but it's actually just waste materials, it's impossible. When you start adding on environmental impacts, you start adding on the critical raw materials that we will be needing. These critical raw materials, not just for the transformation, but also for the destination of where we're going. And you bring in all of the pressures that we have for environmental, social governance principles. There's a huge issue for how are we going to deliver the resources that we need to get to the 2030 Agenda's objectives, to get to the Paris Agreement. And this is how we've got to deal with resources. So over the years, the United Nations Framework Classification has been developed. It started off in the earliest years looking at coal. It's gone on to expand to include oil and gas. It's now covering uranium and thorium. It's been extended now to include renewables. And suddenly you've got UNFC, which is a comprehensive global system. It connects to all of the other systems, and my colleagues will be talking to this shortly. The advantage is you've got a system that has universal application. It works to a common vocabulary. It's an accepted framework. And that sets the stage for being able to compare on a like-to-like basis the different resources that are out there. Now, with the challenges that we're facing, we're moving to a new sort of thinking. We're going from a linear approach to resource development and commodity development to more circular. Rather than actually having a waste stream go to be disposed of, it might be a resource stream for another activity. So the idea is trying to get a recovery process going. I'll give you a specific anecdote where you've got a high performance buildings initiative underway. And part of our high performance buildings initiative includes keeping track of all of the stuff that goes into a building. So by the time you get to the end of life of that building and you have to dispose of it, it doesn't all go into a local dump. You can actually go into the equipment and recover and reuse it. You can go into the building materials and recover and reuse it. And that way, waste volumes and the idea of going back to primary resources is diminished. The other idea is moving from the commodity world, where my business model is selling you more stuff. And my successful discussions with the stock market is how much more stuff can I sell tomorrow? And instead of that, moving towards a services model for the world. I'm going to be selling you energy services. I'm going to be selling you resource services so that you're getting the quality of life that you require. And it's up to me to manage my costs, my volumes, and the rest of it using advanced technology to deliver those quality of life services that you're demanding. I think that's an important mind shift we've got to get our heads around. Now, the way I like to think about UNFC, it's almost a balance sheet type of discussion where you have resources that you report that are under your management, and you can talk to the street, you can talk to the financial institutions about the resources that you've got under management. But shifting from that balance sheet approach to what I call the statement of changes in financial position, it's more of a dynamic. How do I take resources that are undeveloped? I don't really know how I'm going to develop them, and how do I bring them to the marketplace in a way that's lined up with what my environmental, social, economic objectives are? So we've now got the United Nations resource management system that's under development that moves us more towards a dynamic approach. What are the kinds of filters and approaches that we can take that take those resources and bring them to the marketplace in that dynamic way? This is exceptionally critical for critical raw materials. What are the resources that we're going to be needing for batteries, for renewable technology? How can I be sure in terms of security of supply that the critical raw materials that I'm going to need are going to be available when I need them? So we've looked over the last 6 months specifically at the extractive industries. The Secretary General came out with 5 regional workshops, and we had our own back in February. Actually, ours was in January. ESCAP was in February, looking through how do we redirect all of the investments in the extractive industries so that those investments are in line with the 2030 agenda and in line with the Paris Agreement. Now, one of the dimensions of the approach we've taken, what we always used to call our E-axis, which was based on economics, suddenly acquires a better breakdown. And it almost, imagine a peacock tail with all of the objectives of the 2030 agenda, all of the SDGs, and think about that dimension as delivering on that 2030 agenda. Well, suddenly that becomes a very complex approach, but mentally it's very simple. The Secretary General at the end of this process came out with a policy brief for the United Nations, and there was a call to action. On page 18, it makes specific reference to both the UNFC and to the UNRMS. UNECE has now come out with what we call our commitment trifecta, 3 sets of actions that we think can deliver on the 2030 agenda and on the Paris Agreement. They include sustainable resource management as an integral part of that trifecta. So what do we mean by sustainable resource management? We've got a 5-point program that we're proposing. The first one is having a socioeconomic environmental contract, an updated license to operate. That means that when you're going to be working to develop those resources, it's done in a way that's consistent with what the communities require. The second point would be having a framework and a terminology set for financing a resource development. So when the development banks or investment banks are going in, they can be reassured that those investments are in line with principles. The third one then is the UNRMS and UNFC as the structure, the framework for sustainable resource management. It gives you an approach that holds together. The fourth one then would be transparency and traceability. And the fifth one would be strategic environmental assessments. So with those 5 points in place, we think we'd have an infrastructure for sustainable resource management, which is coherent, that makes sense for everybody, and that will deliver the results we require. Now, every country is unique. Every country is going to have its own endowment of natural resources, its own cultural, regulatory heritage. So there's no one pathway to the future. Everybody's going to find the one that works for them. They're going to be looking towards their own self-interest. That's guaranteed. But what we're looking for is this common framework, common understanding, common vocabulary that will improve cooperation and collaboration. Getting cooperation in this area means the investments going in, the life cycle analysis of all these resources will be aligned. My final point is one on resilience. Now, if I look at what's happened around the world, whether it's in Germany with the flooding, whether it's in California with the forest fires, or wherever you want to talk, we as a society are imposing so much burden on the individual. You've got to take care of yourself. Even the community level hasn't been operating as much as we might have wanted to. But if you go from the community level to the national level to the international level, and we can put structures in place that lend themselves to cooperation and collaboration, we can achieve fantastic outcomes. So despite all of the pessimism you've heard from me so far, I still believe that we have an opportunity to get to our destination. So yes, we can, yes, we have to, and yes, we will. We can put in place the systems, the signals, the market framework conditions that allow the investments to occur that will deliver what society requires, even though individuals and communities and countries are acting in their own self-interest. So I think that framework is a possibility. I think UNFC and UNRMS provide a way forward. And I think I'll stop there and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Scott. You've certainly given us a lot to think about today, and also a framework, if you like, and a context for everything we're going to talk about today. So thank you so much. And now I'd like to introduce David McDonald. Hi, Dave. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, Erica.
You are the chair of the expert group on resource classification, and you've been looking over the expansion of UNFC to cover the renewable energy and anthropogenic resource sectors. And you also have a background in the resource classification for an international energy company.
Yes.
And today, you're in the Adirondacks, I think.
Yeah. That's my very dark background.
Yeah, in the hamlet of Beecher's Hollow, on the shores of the great Sacandaga Lake, actually. And you wouldn't know it, but both me and Therese have been there. So
fantastic.
Both of us 30 years ago, me as a PhD student and you with your family, actually. Yeah. So maybe we saw your cottage, but enough about that. Please, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'd like to talk to you a bit today about the challenges and benefits that come along with doing classification of reserves and resources. Now, I've never had the opportunity to speak with an anthropologist about classification, but I suspect it's one of the very earliest things that people started doing on this planet. If you think about it, when you see children playing, they grab their Legos, they start sorting them out into colors or to shapes. It's a natural process that we want to do. We want to give a bit of structure and form around our environment. And classification is one way we do this. I think you'll also find that classification isn't just it also provides a number of other values to us in seeing the world. And I'd like to kind of explore that in this little bit of a presentation. And I'm going to use as an example of this, we could go to the next slide. I've got an awful lot of records at home, okay, old LPs. I thought at one point in time I would have to start changing this analogy because people didn't have LPs anymore. But actually now young people do understand LPs because they're trendy again. I've got an awful lot of them. And one of the things that people who have a lot of LPs like to do is resort them. So we like every once a year or so, we like to take them all off the shelves, give them a good dust off, and then sort them back up into different classifications. And there's many different ways to classify them. You can do them by genre, you can do them alphabetically, you can do them by age. There's lots of different ways to do that. And when you do that, what you find is that you learn something about your collection. It presents it in a different way each time, and there's something that gets picked out of that information that allows you to learn something about the records you have, whether you're focusing on one genre or another, whether you like upbeat music or slower music. When you do that sorting, in the way you choose to sort it changes how you see that collection. Now, another thing that it gives you is, remember, you're not just doing a collection of for yourself, but it's also other people who want to come in and use that collection. And by how I have it sorted gives information to them. So if you're trying to find for example, a particular 1970 Eurovision's hit, and I tell you that I've sorted it alphabetically, you're going to know right where to go within that collection to find that piece. But there's challenges in this, because there's also those particular pieces that don't classify well. Is Elton John pop or rock? You know, that's a really thing that you need to consider before when you're putting that into which genre. And you actually find that the discussion about where to place that album is actually just as important as where you actually end up choosing to place it, because you're learning something about that album through that discussion. And this fits in an awful lot too, I think, of what Scott was saying there. It's about learning how to progress through different classifications and to take a project from a development stage through to actual production. And if you think about this, what's important in a classification is not necessarily what box you've put it into, but what are the barriers to moving that project from that one box to the next box. One of the ways we can classify resource projects might be through commerciality, for example. And if I'm going to progress a project through commerciality, I can examine what the barrier is to moving that from a pre-commercial state to the piece that might be causing that barrier might be costs, for example. It might be prices. It might be some sort of a regulatory issue that's preventing it from progressing forward on that commerciality phase. When I go through and start actually studying it and seeing what the difference is to where I'm going to place that in my classification system, I can start to get some hints and some ideas about how to address and attack that problem, to resolve it and be able to progress the project further in this dynamic system that Scott was addressing there. If we could go to the next slide, please. Now, as I mentioned, every user of a system is going to have different needs and wants. Scott addressed this from an idea of looking at different nations are going to have different needs, but also different users within each different nation are similarly going to have various requirements in the use of a classification system. Clearly, governments are going to be interested in natural resources and the endowment of that nation state and how it can best address the problems of its populace to meet the needs of its people and development of the nation. Industry is going to be concerned with looking at, basically making a buck, representing shareholder value. How are they best going to maintain development of their company, but do it obviously in a socially and environmentally acceptable manner so that they continue to have a social license to do that. They're going to look at projects in a slightly different way, those two groups of people. Governments want the best thing for their people at the most reasonable price and where it's going to be. Industry is looking to how to do that in the most efficient manner in which it can make a return on that investment. The financial community, similarly interested in resources, wants to protect those individual investors making those choices in development. Those creators of international energy studies. And again, there's going to be quite a bit of need and requirement for them to have clear and consistent data so that there's that consistency across all of the different estimates that are being made. If we go on to the next slide. Now, the UNFC deals with each of those different stakeholders, but it does actually quite a bit more than that, in that it's the only classification system that also allows us to look at these requirements on a consistent basis for different commodities, different sectors. So the UNFC is applicable to minerals and petroleum, which is sort of its foundation and core, the kind of the keystone and foundation of the UNFC were these minerals and petroleum studies. But over the years, it's been expanded to look at renewable energy systems, to look at water, to look at uranium, to look at injection into disused aquifers or reservoirs, and even to look at anthropogenic resources that could be stored in some sort of a dump. So even Scott's earlier comment about you don't want to just take things and throw them into a dump. Well, even if you have thrown them into a dump, they still have value, and we want to know about what has been put out there. So those anthropogenic resources are still important. The UNFC allows us to look at these different types of commodities or sectors on a consistent playing field across each of them, and to understand how best to make choices between perhaps competing projects on that basis. Now, there are a number of existing resource management systems out there already. For minerals, for example, there's the CRISCO template. For petroleum, there's the Society of Petroleum Engineers Petroleum Resource Management System. And we're not competing with those within the UNFC. In fact, quite the opposite. We've partnered with those group, CRISCO and the SPE, to try and make both systems, all systems, better in this. Because the goal is not to be the preeminent classification system. The goal is to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, which is around providing a safe energy in an environmentally sensitive way to the population. And we all are agreed that that's the goal here. What we provide that's slightly different from CRISCO and the SPE is this comparability between the systems. You can think of us as a group that comes together and brings these different systems together for that comparison across commodities. And if we go to the last slide, how I like to think about the UNFC is this sort of a teeter-totter, a balance, looking between different projects. How do we make that choice of which project is the right one to progress with? If we have the option of doing a wind farm or a petroleum development or a solar farm, how do we make the choice of what's the right one to place into that environment for that nation state? It's not always as clear-cut as one might think. But by having a consistent way to look at the social, environmental, economic, and technical issues associated with the projects, we can start to look at that balance, and a nation state can make the right decisions for themselves about how to progress forward. And I think the UNFC and the UNRMS, as Scott mentioned, is uniquely placed to aid us in this development going forward. And I'd love to ask all of you listening today to become involved with the expert group on resource management so that we can take this forward, because it's only through working together on these issues that we can learn about our resources and move them forward in a sustainable manner. So I'll stop there, and hopefully we can pass over to Harry. He'll give a little more detail on on how the UNFC works. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dave. That was really interesting. And I really like the structure that you have about it as well, and the way that you can start to compare projects when it comes to sustainability. That's really interesting. Anyhow, we will get back to you later for questions. Thank you again. And please welcome Harry Tulsidas, our next speaker. You have over 30 years of experience in the sustainable integrated management of natural resources, and you are now the technical lead of developing UNFC and UNRMS. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Morning, everyone, and thank you for giving the opportunity to say something about UNFC and UNRMS in this forum. My short comments will be mostly on assimilating what Scott and Dave has just said and see how resources can be managed in a with a set of shared global principles. Our previous speakers have made this very clear that we are in the midst of a number of transitions. The main three ones which I have put on this slide are energy transitions, mobility transition, and digital transition. These are the important things which are required to move from the present state of affairs to something which is more sustainable. And as most of people who have gathered today are geologists, as I am a geologist, I think it is a prime necessity of the geological community to have in place a new geovision that is required to support these energy, mobility, and digital transitions. What is required is raw materials, and we have to produce those raw materials within a set of principles that will support the ambitions we have to have a more sustainable world. We know that, unfortunately, the industries with which geologists work today are normally called the extractive industries. Extractive industries for us is okay, but for the many people who are outside our area of influence or who are outside our conversation see this as a truly drain industry that extracts wealth and leaves nothing behind. We have resource depletion, we have carbon footprint, we have increasing water use, mounting waste problems, environmental issues, and all leading to diminishing social acceptability. So that is a problem which we have to solve. And we can solve it only through an integrated and indivisible look at the reality of resource management. And that means that we have to have a long-term approach. What we have today is rather short-term. We want to fulfill the needs of today, this year, this quarter. But going ahead, we have to leave that paradigm aside and put in a new paradigm of long-termism that will benefit the present and the future generations. UNFC and UNRMS are designed to do that, and Dave has just said that it is encompassing all the mineral and energy resource space and including groundwater today. We have to align to 2030 agenda, improve financial resilience, derive good social, environmental, and economic outcomes, and we have to put in place a new social contract on natural resources based on the shared principles of integrated and sustainable resource management. Just to recap that the current ways of working, the way in which we have the current systems developed to handle these situations are not inadequate, because most of the systems which we have in place were developed in an era where these issues were not the high priorities. The issues of those days, 1970s, when mineral classification systems were made more common, or in 1990s or 2000s, where petroleum systems came into our vision. These were times in which we were more concerned about getting the resources for our work to be done. But today, the focus or priority has shifted to more based on a shared vision of making a sustainable future. So that is where UNFC and UNRMS plays a big role. United Nations Framework Classification of Resources is basically a three-dimensional system that can classify your resource space. And United Nations Resource Management System, which is being developed, is a system that can help you progress from one of these boxes shown here to a box which is on the higher level. So we have the resources as they are discovered in the blue boxes here, but they slowly progress to the yellow boxes and to the green boxes. And that is what UNRMS tries to do. And again, UNRMS, as we have covered a little bit on UNFC, I think I will concentrate rest of my slides, a few slides on UNRMS. UNRMS is a framework for assuring resources are produced and utilized in a sustainable manner according to the 2030 Agenda or the Sustainable Development Goals. And it is meant to meet the demands of various stakeholders, which I will come in a minute. And it is a voluntary global standard for integrated and sustainable resource management, as we have just seen, and it is principles based. So this slide just to show that UNFC is a resource accounting based on maturity of projects, whereas UNRMS is a system for integrated and sustainable management of resources. Both fit together as glove in a hand, and both are required for ensuring our future. Discovering long-term value means you have to look at the positive impact that minerals or resources will give to you. And this is where UNRMS tries to put its focus. How can we deliver positive outcomes from whatever resource we have? And as Scott said, this is not about selling commodity. We have to move away from that commodity mindset, which means just concentrating on raw materials as commodities. And then the way you work is you produce more and more commodities, which is not what we want today. We want good quality of life. We want various other things to with the availability of resources in a sustainable manner, and the way and how we can do that with the least amount of resources or resource efficiency is what is important. This slide shows that we have been working on UNRMS since 2018, and today we have a set of basic principles and requirements that that provides the basis for UNRMS work to continue. UN policy brief, which Scott has mentioned, has got 18-point action plan, and the action number 15 is very important. It is implementation of UNFC and UNRMS globally, but also point number 16, looking at regional frameworks like African Mining Vision, and also the point number 17 on requiring global cooperation between various UN agencies. These are also very important going forward. The main stakeholders I've just mentioned are the governments, the industries, the investment community, and the non-governmental sector. And the fundamental principles, as briefly mentioned here, starts with states' right and responsibilities, responsibility to the planet, integrated and indivisible management, social contract, service orientation, comprehensive resource recovery, circularity, health and safety, innovation, transparency, and strengthening of core competencies. I think these are the very high level shared principles based on which we have to work. We have done a stakeholder survey a few months back, May to June this year, and we found that there is an overwhelming support for these fundamental principles. Almost 80 to 90% of the people support strongly or support these activities, and very few people are having any doubts that these principles are not important. Just to take one example of resource as a service, and I've mentioned most of the work we are doing is in the middle, red box as commodities. We are standing where commodities are there. This is a very self-defeating area to be, because commodities means you are always threatened by competition. There is no way in which you can provide unique benefits to the society. So what industry does it, they do branding, cost differentiation to make it into products, value-added products. And those products also in time degrades into commodities. And what we have to do is either go from commodities straight to a service model, or look for models which can leapfrog from products to service. And that green box as service is where we should be heading to. And that means we have to move away from a product focus to an outcome focus. So whatever we had as products or commodities and distributing through channels to customers, now you bring, as in the right side of this slide, you bring that customer as a subscriber in the center of our action. And that makes the model totally different from all commodity models, which we have a lot of experience on. This model has been put into reality by a lot of industries, starting from software industries which looked at SaaS software as a service model, but also transport is going into this model where mobility as a service. And we have various industries who are skeptical that this model will work. But what they saw in reality is that this model can really work within a short time, and they can make the transformation really easy. And we are building UNFC, UNRMS requirements based on these shared principles, and the documentation which contains these requirements will have issues like normative references to planning, to support and operation as mentioned here. I would like to mention that we need volunteers from all of you to come in and develop some of these requirements. So we have also case studies which are going all around the world from UK, US, Mexico, Russian Federation, China, African Union, the EU in Finland, Portugal, also Sweden, Ukraine, Tajikistan, from Central Asia, etc., looking at putting into action UNFC and UNRMS. We need volunteers to come and see how such proof of concept case studies could be further developed. And I will request all of you to consider this as an invitation to come and connect with us. So to conclude, this is a final message which I can take away, message which I have before you. Please think that how we can move away from the present short-term thinking, which is the greatest threat to the humanity. The present bias favors short-term payoffs over long-term rewards, and that is where most of our problems lie. Integrated management of natural resources is critical to meeting universal needs, and it has an inherent inbuilt feature of long-term thinking. Resources must be managed as a public good to achieve key SDGs. They are not something which is commodities which could be traded and out of which we can make short-term profits, but they are public good that goes into building a new society. UNFC and UNRMS provides the right tools to move from that commodity business to as a service industry. And this is where I would like all of you to pay a little bit attention, think a little bit on how, as geologists, as people who are working experts in the industry, to bring new models that can implement these ideas. With that, I will stop here. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and I look forward for questions from you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Harry. We actually have a few questions for both you and Scott and Dave. So why don't we start with Dave then? Are there more resources to be included in UNFC than what we see today? Or are we done now and we need to develop UNRMS?
Oh, no, I fully expect that the UNFC will continue to expand into other resources as the need arises for them to be included in the mix. And of course, I suspect there's resources that we haven't even considered yet that we'll want to have included going forward. Just as an example, we might want to include things like battery storage, which is some idea of things that may be out there to come.
And here's another one for Scott. So we've seen now this morning that UNFC and UNRMS are in the action plan for going forward, and we've seen that it's been endorsed by ECOSOC. What do you think about the chances of reaching the global goals and the Paris Agreement if we don't use UNFC and UNRMS?
That's actually a great question. Obviously, we believe that it's going to be much simpler and easier to achieve the goals, both Paris and the 2030 Agenda, if we were to pursue UNFC and UNRMS. I don't want to say it's not possible without them. There may be other ways, other approaches. Our simple view is it would be simpler. I think the idea of cooperation, collaboration with a common framework, a common vocabulary, would be a major step forward. So it would be harder, but not impossible without these two. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have a question for Harry. So in your opinion, what are the challenges in the global adoption of UNFC and UNRMS? And how do you see the path forward to summarizing these challenges?
Yeah, basically, one thing is that this is a very old industry, especially the resource industry has got centuries of experience behind them. Mineral industry or petroleum industry, maybe about a century, mineral industry, few centuries of experience. So there is fixed mindset within this industry. And what the biggest challenge is how to break away from this fixed mindset to a more growth mindset, which is based on long-term thinking and planning. And this is to do that, we have a lot of policy changes from the government side, got business model challenges from the company side. We have financial institutions also which are aligned to old models of thinking. And we have a lot of pressure from the people or the non-governmental sector to change. The problem is how to harmonize all the earlier models and transform into an aligned new model, which is based on shared global principles. Having said that, we are seeing a lot of changes happening around the world. Let me also say that the African Union has just last week adopted UNFC-based African Minerals and Energy Classification and Management System called AMREC, and a Pan-African resource reporting called PARC, which is also based on UNFC as a continental system in Africa. And this decision was taken unanimously by the ministers of energy and minerals in Africa. So we have seen the change happening. We are seeing a lot of member states of the European Union now, as we have seen in Sweden, a lot of case studies are being done. We are seeing other countries in the European Union coming forward with ways of transforming and harmonizing their present systems into UNFC. And I'm very hopeful that we are going to see a leapfrogging in the coming 3-4 years in making the world move from that commodity-based model to as a service model, which Scott has said, and I've just explained, which will be based on UNFC and UNRMS. Thank you.
So there is another question here from the audience, and that is, how is the UNFC related to ongoing developments with the EU? So you just started to talk about that, Harry, namely requirements outlined in the battery regulation and sustainable taxonomy. I don't know. Is that a question for you, Harry?
Yeah, I can try to answer it, and maybe Dave and Scott can chip in. But I think, as you have mentioned, critical raw materials is an area where we are focusing in the European Union. And along with the support of DG Growth, we have done systematic work in this area, looking into battery raw materials like cobalt, nickel, graphite, etc. We have looked into used UNFC for the latest criticality studies, which were the report of which are now published. We are looking into putting UNFC into action into more areas where sustainabilities are concerned, especially on trying to have anthropogenic resources used as primary resources. Actually, many industries in European region, like automobile makers, are now saying that they want secondary materials as their first option or the primary option, and they will use primary materials only if there is not enough secondary materials. Of course, there is a huge gap between what we need to have and what is happening today. Very few materials are being recycled fully. The circularity gap is around 90%. That means we are still at a very starting stage as far as circular economy is concerned. But I think with UNFC, you are not wasting anything. There will be absolutely no waste if you follow the UNFC and UNRMS based models. And you have all the inventories of all materials as resources, whether they are traditionally called waste or residues or mine tailings or whatever. Everything will be considered as resources, and you have the information where you can put an optimal pathway for a sustainable way in which we can work. I think this is where European taxonomy aligns, and we think that along with UNFC, UNRMS, and the new EU regulations, that will give a perfect way in which it can support the European Green Deal and progress towards a highly circular economy. I will stop here, and maybe Scott or Dave may have something more to add.
No, okay. One last question. How do you apply as an expert or volunteer to contribute to UNFC? I'm not really sure who can take that one or feels encouraged to take that one.
I'll jump in for that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm not sure if you hear me. Yes. Well, first thing is if you just send in your name, email address, and a quick bio of what you've done. If you go on to the UNECE website, it's very easy to find the Sustainable Energy Division, and then under there you can also find the expert group on resource management. If you just send an email to the email addresses that you can find there, we'll send you an invite to our next expert group meeting. It's generally in the spring. And this year, I'm suspecting will be both a virtual and a face-to-face meeting. It'll be some sort of a hybrid meeting. And we'd love to have you participate in that. There's many ways that people can participate through. There's membership in many of our working groups that are focused around each of the individual commodities, around our stakeholders, or other special groups that looking at issues such as competent persons, or a glossary of terms, or working with the financial community. And we'd very much like to have as wide a participation in this as possible.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everything you do in your everyday work. And also thank you for supporting us with this webinar that goes out to mainly Swedish listeners, but we also have some international viewers. So thank you so much for today, and see you soon.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for organizing this.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And now I think we're on for a short break.
Yes, we'll take 10 minutes break and meet you back here in, 11 Swedish time. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you got the time to get some coffee, because now we're moving on to UNFC in the context of circular economy and renewable energy. And I would like to start with Andrea, who is going to talk about circular economy. Andrea is a research associate at the Flemish Institute for Technological Research, and she's an expert in sustainable materials. She's working on resource and waste management strategies for the transition to a circular economy at the interface between applied science and policy. And Andrea, you are in Mol in the province of Antwerp in Belgium, right?
Yes.
So welcome.
Right.
Welcome to our webinar in Stockholm. And I say the floor is yours.
Sorry, I had to turn off the live stream. So the floor is mine, yes? That's what you said? Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction. So yeah, and welcome everybody to my presentation called Resource Classification in the Context of Circular Economy, a case study review. So to give you a little bit of a background on anthropogenic resources, as you can see here, based on the example of copper, the copper mined over the past decades has been growing and is now located in stocks. So either in use stocks or in hibernating, obsolete infrastructure, landfills, buildings, and so on. So now the question is, are these anthropogenic resources the reserves of the future? However, exploiting these anthropogenic resources for a circular economy is not straightforward. So there are challenges linked to the resource potential, to the recovery potential, and to the utilization potential. So for the resource potential, we don't have enough information yet on the exact quantities, where exactly they're located, when they become available in terms of their temporal availability, whether they are easily accessible, and also about the quality. So we don't know enough yet on the composition of waste streams in terms of products, components, substances, and also potential contaminants. With respect to recovery potential, often, or in some cases, technical feasibility is unclear on how to recover these secondary raw materials. Then in many countries, the infrastructure is insufficient when you think about, for example, waste collection infrastructure or treatment infrastructure that leaves big amounts of resources uncollected. Then there's an insufficient legal framework. The economic viability is either unclear or in many cases also still tough economic. Then also environmental impacts or social impacts are also widely unknown. For the utilization potential, there are legal barriers for the marketability of recyclates, for example. There are health, environmental health and safety concerns. The supply security is in many cases not sure because it depends on, for example, like consumer, on disposal behavior, also on the manufacturers. Then in some cases, there's a mismatch between quality and markets. So sometimes the specification of recyclates do not meet the requirements of producers. Public acceptance is not there yet. And then, anthropogenic resources have to compete in the end in the markets with primary raw materials. So, and there's no possibility yet to compare those two on an equal footing. So, resource classification for a circular economy. This is what we did in our most recent publication. So we reviewed 14 case studies that classify anthropogenic resources. And we tried to find out how and for what purpose the classification of anthropogenic was done in these case studies, and how can resource classification support the transition to a circular economy in the future. So the 14 case studies published in peer-reviewed journals, they performed full or partial resource classification. They classified material stocks or waste flows. 3 of them addressed mining or landfills, 3 of them recovering materials from e-waste flows. 3 of them looked at resource potential at national level, so in different metal sources. 1 dealt with built infrastructure, and 4 with waste incineration residues. 10 of these case studies had multiple resources as a target for recovery. Half of them about used the UNFC, and half of them, McKelvey-based, so these 2-dimensional systems. 13 of them were forward-looking, so they were really trying to support projects in the future, and 1 was retrospective. 4 of them classified project resource recovery at project level, 8 at national or European level, mostly European level, and 2 at city level. For the results, the main motivation for resource classification in this case studies was to establish inventories of available and accessible anthropogenic resources at either regional or national level. They aimed to compare different scenarios for resource recovery projects. So, for example, to compare different technology scenarios, project setup scenarios, or also different circular economy options. So, for example, resource recovery, so material recycling versus reuse. Then they wanted to determine key parameters for the success of a recovery project. So often it was cases of legislation or raw material prices. Some of them tried also to internalize environmental externalities via concepts of monetization. And some of them tried to optimize waste management operations for enhanced resource recovery at the project and the system level. Then, so with respect to anthropogenic resource recovery, 4 areas were identified in which resource classification can have a meaningful contribution in the future to support the transition to a circular economy. So, first of all, for knowledge management, it could be very useful to increase the knowledge about available anthropogenic resources. It could be also very useful to support research to develop innovative technologies, processes, and methods to enhance the recovery of anthropogenic resources. It could also support decision makers with designing new policies and legislation. And it could be also helpful to perform feasibility studies, so to simply investigate the economic viability of anthropogenic resource recovery projects, including social and environmental externalities. In a wider circular economy context, resource classification can also play a key role to improve the uptake of anthropogenic resources. So here what I call marketing, to improve the marketability. It could help to support an integrated resource management, so to be able to compare primary and secondary raw materials. It could also be helpful to improve value chain communication, so to optimize waste management operation processes and product design for enhanced resource recovery and recyclability. and it could support decision making with respect to different circular economy options. To conclude, so there are a number of key circular economy stakeholders who would benefit from a standardized anthropogenic resource classification. And as you might know, the UNFC provides generic specifications for different types of resources already. And since 2018, there are also specifications for anthropogenic resources. However, it's quite a high level guidance, I would say. And what we need now in the next step is to make those specifications operational. And so we would need specific guidance on a detailed assessment. And this should be tailored for different types of anthropogenic resources. We would have to harmonize data collection on resource potential, recovery potential, and utilization potential. And individual resource recovery project and activities, they should be considered as part of a wider system. Yeah, that was it from my side. Please feel free to ask questions, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andrea. This is really valuable work. We'll move on to Jeremy and take the questions after his presentation. But thank you for now, and welcome, Jeremy. You're a PhD from University College London, and you have over 15 years of experience working with international organizations. But you started as a geologist, as we all did, and before you moved on to renewable energy, resource accounting, and climate change. Are you in New Zealand now?
Yes, I am. I'm in New Zealand right now.
Okay, so now the screen is yours all the way from New Zealand. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Erica. Kia ora, everyone. Hello, and every other bonjour, etc. So my name is Jeremy Webb. I'm chair of the Renewable Energy Working Group. I just want to make sure my slides are showing. Okay, fantastic. That's great. So you might be thinking, resource classification, oil, gas, coal, minerals, waste, circular economy. How on earth can we apply the UNFC to renewable energy resources? And it's a fair question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to address it in two parts. First, I'm going to assume most of you are coming from a geological background, and therefore I'm going to relate this to geology. And then in the second part, for those of you that come from a renewable energy resource background, I'm going to relate it to existing resource classifications and go into a bit more detail how it relates to the UNFC. Okay, so there are lots of resources, yeah? And, you know, this includes renewable and non-renewable energy. But then decisions need to be made by businesses and governments around these things. And we need information to support these decisions, yeah? So how can we classify renewable energy resources and other resources as well? Well, if we start with oil and gas, which is kind of simple, we have resources, and this can be measured, indicated, inferred. And then, of course, we have economic reserves, and that could be proven, probable, or possible. This is fairly clear. But the UNFC goes beyond reserves and resources. The UNFC very much focuses on the project. So what we have is we have viable projects at various levels of justification on production. And then we also have potentially viable projects and other projects as well, for example. And then, of course, there's some resources that we leave in ground. Sorry about this for a moment. Sorry, one moment. I'm just having a wee glitch here from my side. Okay. Okay, can renewable energy resources and projects be classified using the UNFC? Well, the answer to that is quite simple. And the answer won't be a surprise to you. The answer is yes. But how can we do that? Well, if we start with geothermal energy, that's kind of the easiest one to imagine. It looks rather like oil and gas and other resources that we're familiar with that are subsoil. We have a viable project with infrastructure put in place, but then we have a potential project where there's resource available, but we're not too sure the extent to which it's accessible, both geologically speaking, but also in terms of access to markets and those other considerations we need to have in place around a project. Importantly, we have case studies related to geothermal energy, and we have a couple of publications which you can follow up with later. Can we classify hydro energy resources, speaking of another type of resource? Well, we have a viable project. And then we have, of course, other potentially viable resources. These things, of course, the infrastructure put in place is not put in there because of the water behind the dam. The infrastructure that's been put in place is put there because there's an expected lifespan of that infrastructure. It could be 50 years, it could be 100 years. It's put there for a very long time. And what we're really betting on is the hydrological system. Then, of course, can we apply it to wind? Yes, we can apply it to wind. Again, there are wind energy resources that are available. And then, of course, there are potentially available resources. And again, it's not just whether there's wind as to whether we can use it. There's also the issue of whether you have access to markets. Do you have social license to put in the wind turbines? Are people happy to have it there? What are the other competing resources? Okay, what about bioenergy? Well, yes, we can apply it to bioenergy as well. One of the key things of bioenergy is that capital you have to put in with it. Sure, you can have maize but as a feedstock, but you need a whole lot of processing to make it work. And then, of course, there are other potential resources. And importantly, we have case studies on bioenergy as well, and they've been compiled together with a whole lot of other case studies. Okay, what about solar? Yep, solar works as well. And of course, the potential resources for solar, any surface for which the sun falls upon is pretty much a potential a resource or a potential project. The interesting thing, of course, of solar is you might think, what is the reservoir related to solar? Well, the reservoir is in the sky. The sun is the biggest reservoir. There's a whole lot of hydrogen, it's fusion, etc. It just gets to us over a very long distance. But there is a stock there as well, just in the same way we have a stock of oil underground, we have the sun in the sky. Okay, now imagine you're a policymaker and you want to know which resources have the most potential. We could use traditional renewable energy resource classification schemes. And these typically start off with, the resource assessment in terms of theoretical potential. But this is not all of the energy that can be used. Only some of that energy can be used. So we have to look at the technical potential. That accounts for systems that are available, topography, land use constraints. And then we need to look at the economic potential. Okay, what is the technological costs and revenues related to the project? The market potential considers policies and regulations as well as market conditions, investors and competing energy sources. And this is the classification developed by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the United States, and there's other variations around the world as well. It's very similar to the UNFC, except for one thing. The UNFC very much focuses on the project. So let's take a look at this project. The other classifications typically focus on the wider resource in aggregate, whereas the UNFC's key value addition is the fact it focuses on the project. And in terms of, let's say, solar, you've got the sun, you've got irradiation, that's energy that reaches the earth from the sun. Then you've got, of course, the project site. You've got the technology. And then you've got the reference point. This is where you measure what you're getting out of this project. This could be different quantities or values. So it could be the production of energy. It could be the revenues related to that. It could be resources in terms of the resource estimate over the lifespan of the project, or it could be a valuation of the project as a whole in terms of being an asset. For each of these estimates, there is a degree of confidence in terms of, high, medium, or low, P90, etc. Another important factor is the technical feasibility of the project. Again, feasibility could be confirmed, it could be subject to further evaluation, or it might not be viable in that regard. And of course, we need to consider the socioeconomic and environmental viability. It could be confirmed, it may be, or it may not be. These are important factors for anyone looking at a project. We can assess these things for solar projects. We can do it for hydro projects. We can do it for geothermal, bioenergy, and other projects. The important thing is the UNFC brings all those things together. And most importantly, it provides a framework for organizing this information. And it also provides milestones, a whole set of milestones that you can share with others around your project so that we can be clear about what's involved and how far we've come. In particular, how mature is this renewable energy project? So who needs information classified using the UNFC? Good question. Well, there's the project developer. They're tracking progress. They need investors and other people to become involved. There's the equity investor who's bought a stake in it. There's a portfolio manager who has a whole suite of projects that wants to know what their suite of projects is looking like. There's a lender who wants to know whether they'll get their money back. There's the regulator who wants to know how many different projects there are and how much it adds up to, and what the future potential is, what the pipeline of projects. And then there's the policymaker who's creating an investment environment around these things. They all need information on the project, and that's why the UNFC is so valuable. We also need you, as stated by others. It's really important that we have more people engage with this. We have some case studies, but we're also keen for more case studies. So get in touch. You'll be welcome to join us, and we look forward to hearing from you. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. We have a couple of questions from the audience. So, Jeremy, how do you think renewable energy resources classified worldwide would compare with fossil energy reserves and resources?
Well, that's a good question. Well, we've actually done some work in that space with the help of PBL Netherlands. And what we did is we looked at the reserves of renewables, that's installed capacity and the likely generation over the lifespan of that capacity. And we compared that with reserves of oil and gas and coal reported by BP's annual review. And sure, the reserves are a relatively small number. We also looked at resources around the world for all types of renewables. And we could not find a single jurisdiction where there weren't massively more resources in renewables than there were in non-renewables. So pretty much most jurisdictions, there's going to be an abundance of renewables. It's just a matter of getting the cost down in terms of generation, et cetera, and that's already happening.
Thank you. And for you, Andrea, you mentioned internalize environmental externalities via concepts of monetization as one of the motives for resource classification for anthropogenic resources. Could you give a specific example in a case study and how you think this is relevant for primary resources?
Yeah. There are actually quite some case studies who considered environmental impacts and to try to monetize the impacts. So, for example, in the landfill mining case studies, they quantified the avoided greenhouse gas emissions for the recovered materials in comparison to the avoided production emissions of primary materials. And then I think some of them applied a hypothetical carbon tax. For the e-waste stream, they also, based on the European directive, the e-waste directive, that's a directive, they considered avoided disposal costs. I think this environmental externalities are really relevant for anything that's related to recover anthropogenic resources, waste related, because often dealing with waste is not economically viable. So once you price in these environmental externalities, it becomes a business case. And I think the primary resource sector can learn from the anthropogenic resources. Because from all the discussions followed this morning, I have a feeling that the mining industry also is trying to move to consider more and more the sustainable development goals, for instance. And then I'm pretty sure they can learn a lot from the methods used. So, for example, in a life cycle impact analysis and I think it's relevant because in the end, you want to compare primary and secondary resources, right? So I think it's definitely relevant also for the primary sector.
Thank you so much, both of you. And now I think we're moving on in the program.
Yes, we don't really have time for any more questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next session, we are going to dive into traceability of raw materials or all materials. Because when talking about this fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, one of the prerequisitions that there is that we're able to ensure that the material is actually sustainably produced. So we're going to take a look at how this is going with traceability at the moment. And our first speaker of today is Nathan Williams, founder and CEO of MindSpider. You are an entrepreneur and published author, and of course a blockchain expert. And it's kind of fun. When I first met you a couple of years ago, MindSpider was more of an idea than it was actually a company. And now you're leading a public permission blockchain platform for supply chain traceability for metals and minerals. So I'm really curious.
Amazing how far we've come.
I'm really curious to hear about the progress you made during the last years. So welcome, Nathan.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm calling in from Berlin, Germany, where we're based, and traceability has really taken off in the past few years. Since 2017, when it was more or less an idea of how you might be able to apply blockchain technology, which was just on people's radar and fairly new, to going through early pilot projects to today, where people are actually doing traceability in production. What we're seeing is there is an increasing need for data. And as Jacob just said in his, Jeremy just said in his presentation just a minute ago, everyone along the supply chain needs access to better data. And this is one of the reasons we're here with UNFC. But what are some of the challenges to getting that data? That's what I would like to quickly focus on. At MindSpider, we had a couple of people working on a project to assess what the mineral reserves were around the world, who are the beneficial owners of different mines, for the purposes of saying, what are the challenges to getting NFC classification out there in the first place? And the biggest thing is data, access to data. Who actually owns these mines? 25% of the mines that we looked at out there were privately owned and had no reliable data on them. Even if there was data in the USGS, for example, it was out of date. And so one of the applications for traceability, how it might tie into the rest of this conference and what we're talking about, is how do we incentivize that first stage in the supply chain, those mine smelters, those project owners, to give good, accurate data in the first place. So this is where traceability. Okay. Now, we are moving into a new world, and we envision a world where it is normal to have traceable, responsible, known origin materials. That is not where we're at today. Most metals are bought and sold anonymously. And even though a company might know who its immediate supplier is, they probably don't know 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 stages before them. And this is obviously a problem. This is where you have all sorts of human rights abuse come into the supply chain. It ends up being an issue of people choosing their suppliers based primarily on finance, who gives them the best materials for the cheapest price. And if there's problems happening with forced labor or with environmental damage or with other externalities such as high carbon emissions, I don't know about that. I just know I'm buying it off the market. Okay? And so traceability is going to be very important for making this transition to a world where these externalities are taken into account when we buy our metals. So it's hard for me to see the slide here. Yeah, so one of the things that we envision is that you need to have the proper incentives for people to submit the data that you want them to submit about responsibility, about supply chain responsibility, and about just about the mineral reserves and what material is available, where it comes from, conditions under which it was produced. How do you get those incentives in place? And one of those is access to markets. This is a big one, and we're seeing as regions such as Europe and the US and China have increased their requirements on data, on traceability. In order to have good access and reliable access to those markets, you're going to need to have some sort of data included in the price of the material. So this, combined with the idea of getting better finance, is going to provide the incentives for companies to provide this data in the first place. The challenge that we have is we often speak about this type of traceability from the point of view of either the regulator or from the downstream company that wants to collect data. How do I get it? But that's just pure cost for these companies. So being able to get better finance, better trade finance, or better, easier, smoother access to markets, or to even just to be able to market their materials as traced and responsible, is going to be important for making sure our data is accurate. Now, I want to talk a little bit about traceability and where it is today. Now, we got started back in 2017, did a couple of pilot projects, one with Volkswagen, one with which was going backwards in the supply chain, seeing what data we could uncover. And the other one was with a multi-stakeholder group, where we were starting with tin coming out of Minsur in Peru and seeing how far forward it could go. So it's sort of two different sides of things. And we learned a lot from how those projects carried out, which can inform future traceability projects. Now, the first thing that you'll notice when you try and get 5 global companies together is that it is very, very slow to get some sort of consensus happening. And so we asked ourselves, how can we make it so that we don't need to get a consortium to come to an agreement to share data before we begin? And this will be important to any sort of data gathering project that involves more than one company. And the most important thing that we came out of that was the importance of being able to deliver value to one company at a time, okay? We did find that different supply chain actors have very different needs, and this goes all along the supply chain. We're focusing right now on how to incentivize the first players, so the mines, the smelters, but beyond that, you also have the issue of the traders who are concerned about potentially losing their market advantage. Since the beginning of 2020 and the pandemic, we're seeing that this is less and less of a concern for the traders, who realize that most of their value addition is not in secrecy about where their materials come from, but is now becoming increasingly about the value addition. So getting things beyond borders, handling, paperwork, insurance, this sort of thing. And as the mentality in the industry changes, it will be easier to convince companies to become more and more traceable. The other thing that we did was how we organized the technology in the first place. We were originally using what's called a digital twin model. And if anyone is listening is thinking of doing a traceability project, a digital twin model is not the most efficient way of doing such a thing. A digital twin model is like you have 1 ton of tin, and so you have 1 digital ton that keeps track as you pass it from person to person to person down the supply chain. Now, the problem with that is it only tracks what is already within your supply chain, and it omits a lot of interesting information. So if Alice sends a ton of material to Bob, but Bob has 10 tons of material and he sends that to Charlie, Charlie would only see the 1 ton from Alice in a digital twin model. What we did is we rearranged our system to be digital passports that are created between 2 actors at every stage of the supply chain. They can be linked together, but this way we can collect that interesting information from Bob to Charlie. So if Alice sends a ton to Bob, and Bob sends a ton to Charlie, Charlie would then see that 10 tons comes from Bob and 1 ton is visible 1 level further. That's much more interesting information. And we have to be thinking about how we can collect as much interesting information as possible without running into the problems of data being lost. Many people will ask me in a traceability project, how do you ensure that, that all the material is responsible? And the answer is it's better to ensure that you have as much data as possible. It's not about gatekeeping material out, it's about collecting data in. So what we did is we did design this new system as a passport system. It's in use today. It's essentially you scan a QR code and you can upload documents. And the documents can include pretty much anything. It can be from every stage of the supply chain, where is it coming from, who is submitting the data, and what documents are relevant for that stage. When it's concentrates, you might have one set of information coming from Africa. You might have an ICGLR certificate or something that's required to export, maybe some lab reports so that you can verify that the physical metal in front of you is the one that's recorded in the blockchain passport. And then further down the line, you might have something like serial numbers or concentrations of, not concentrate, grades, or documents such as European conflict minerals questionnaires. We've also started tracking carbon emissions. And so what we did is we did this via making flexible templates so you can upload whatever documents you want into this digital passport. It's secured on the blockchain, so it's unchangeable. And effectively, it allows companies to trace whatever they want. This is the team that is working on it. I'm going to cut us off there because I know we only have a very limited amount of time. But this is a fun fact. If you try scanning that QR code that was on that piece of tin, it should show you a live actual document, passport on the blockchain. So this is more or less what we're up to in the state that we're at. We're tracking live out of Peru and Rwanda right now into Germany and Southeast Asia. And hopefully that this will be the start of some big changes in the industry itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nathan. It's really interesting to hear about this. We're going to hear a little bit more about traceability with the coming 2 speakers. And the next one will be Erik Lindblom, who is with the Swedish Environmental Research Institute, IVL. And Erik, you're mainly focusing on natural resource management, environmental impact assessments. But you've also been the facilitator of a Swedish mine dialogue between industry and national agencies. And today, you're joining us from a farm outside Hultsfred in Sweden that is more known for its rock festival. But you're not going to talk about that. You're going to talk about other kinds of rocks and how to follow them. So let us hear about TraceMet, Erik. And welcome, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yes, I'm glad to get this opportunity to share some of the results and the experiences from the TraceMet project. And this is a pilot project on traceability of sustainable metals and minerals. We ran this project last year It was initiated by Svemin, which is the Swedish Association of Mines, Mineral and Metal Producers, and it was financed by the Swedish Mining Innovation. And our main result was the tracement showed that environmental performance can be traced from mine to manufacturer. Much as we heard Nathan present, this is quite doable today. And the reason why we took on this challenge, why we ran this project, is of course the context for this entire day, I would say. We believe that traceability is one of the tools, at least, to balance the global increasing demand for metals and minerals with the critical need for sustainable supply chains to mitigate the escalating climate and biodiversity crisis. And we also believe that traceability will give proactive and responsible actors and producers a competitive advantage. And the TraceMet system is covering two sustainability parameters, that is carbon footprint and recycled content of metal. And they were selected in a pre-study as being both environmentally relevant and interesting from a system development point of view. They are differ quite a bit in characteristics, and they also strongly link the different actors along the value chain. And we were fortunate enough in this project to have a project group covering the value chains of both steel and copper. And it turned out to be very, very valuable. The multi-stakeholder and cross-value chain perspectives gave us an opportunity not only to identify and explore, but also solve or overcome challenges that we ran into during the course of the project. And as I mentioned up front, both the initiative and the financing is Sweden-centric, so to say. And Sweden being a strong mining nation or metal nation, we were able to represent the steel chain with LKAB, SSAB, Scania, and Volvo Group, and the copper chain with Boliden, Electrocopper, and ABB. It was not only Swedish participants in the project, but all the companies have strong representation in Sweden, which I would say facilitated the working atmosphere, so to say, and alleviated some of the challenges that Nathan mentioned, getting big companies to agree on how to work together and so on. It was not only initiated but also chaired by Svemin, and the system development was carried out by experts from the IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute, and RISE in close cooperation. And TraceMet is structured to meet the necessary conditions for a reliable, functional, and distributed system, starting with the cooperation. Since a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, if the actors along the value chain aren't cooperating, it will be difficult to actually share the data and have the traceability in place. Within the project group, we had a strong both lateral and vertical integration within the project group, utilizing the full range of knowledge and industry insight within the project group. The second level would be the administrative system, and by that I mean the instructions on how to calculate and report the sustainability data as certified claims that should be verifiable by a third party. The third layer or requirement is the technical system. We also use a blockchain technology to store and manage the data to ensure both availability and integrity of all the claims. And finally, the need for trust. As I hinted on, the trust within the project group to actually progress the project. But in the next steps, if this is going to the market, we will also need the external trust for users or actors along those value chains to join. And one observation on trust that we made during the project is that it is primarily based on shared understandings and drivers and not technology. And of course, the technology is important. The blockchain or possibly other data vehicles or other technical platforms is necessary to provide the basis for trust. But to actually share user cases, to share data, to share the priorities and expectations and so on within this group, that is not made possible in and of itself by the technology platform, of course, but by the participants and their shared understandings. I personally thought that was quite interesting working with this project. So to summarize and perhaps add to Nathan's recommendation or pointing forward, if anyone else joining this webinar is taking on a similar challenge, the multi-actor and cross-value chain perspective was our primary success factor, and we managed to achieve what we did by keeping it, the project that is, or the pilot system, keeping it simple, real, reliable, and quick. And by that I mean that we focus on two well-known value chains, the steel and copper chain, that are, as I mentioned, well-known within the Swedish context. We kept it real, working with industry partners, representing all the chains or the links in the chains, and providing us not only with the real user cases and data, but also their industrial insight on needs and what's possible and so on. Keeping it reliable, there is utilizing existing and established criteria on carbon footprint and recycled content of metal, rather than starting by developing new criteria, new standards, or aiming for new standards. And quick, we had this integration within the project group and applied an agile development method, which in short means that we had a constant evaluation of project progress and project results, and based on the user input to guide us along the way, going from start to finish within a 12-month period. And with that, if anyone would like to know anything more of this project, and perhaps also hear more voices than mine, both from within the project group and outside of the project group, how the project was received, please have a look at the recorded final webinar from Tracemate. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Erik. We will save the questions for later, but we have a few. And we'd like to welcome Malin Rosqvist. Welcome.
Thank you.
Malin, it's fun because it feels like I know you. So the first time we met, I forgot to introduce myself. Anyhow, you have extensive experience of project management, collaborative research, both nationally and internationally. and you have a background in industry and academia, which and you use this to create new collaboration programs and projects. And today, mainly as a position as a strategic manager for the strategic innovation program on process, industrial, and IT and automation, which is funded by Vinnova. So, Malin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You see, I'm also a collector of difficult words like strategy manager for the strategic program. I need to ask the studio now to help me with the clicking because I lost the slide clicker. Is that okay? I would hope. Excellent. So, morning. It's really nice to be here. I learned a lot during the morning and I hope to continue to learn during the afternoon as well. I should say something about the Circular Initiative, which is still pretty much an idea, but a developing and ongoing such idea. I work for PIA. PIA is hosted by RISE, the Research Institutes of Sweden. And of course, my topic today is Circular, the traceability for sustainable value chains vision. So next slide, please. A little bit about the strategic innovation programs. PIA came about in 2013, was one of the first strategic innovation programs in Sweden. Do we get that slide clicker functionality, or the next slide, please? Now there are 17 strategic innovation programs funded by Vinnova, the Swedish Energy Agency, and Formas. All programs have their roots in specific industries or domains, and their strategic agendas have been drafted by the respective key stakeholders. The programs launch calls for the respective sectors and keep track of a growing project portfolio involving many different organizations. Like for PIA, we have about 200 projects in the portfolio, including lots and lots of different organizations. And on this picture, we also see our partners in Circular, Bioinnovation, Metals, Resource, and Swedish Mining Innovation, which Eric was talking about before as well. And then PIA, which is an across-domain program that cuts in between those other four, focusing on mining and raw materials, pulp and paper, chemistry, petroleum, and energy, focusing all on digitalization. Next slide, please. We also have a little bit about information about our very important partner, the Delegation for Circular Economy in Sweden. They are an advisory board for the Swedish government and support society's transition to resource-efficient, circular, and bio-based economy, founded in 2018, covering also a lot of organizations here. The collaboration with the strategic innovation programs is important, since they are an important tool to initiate research and innovation addressing the transition to a resource-efficient circular economy. And of course, for us, increased digitalization is crucial to improve the traceability in sustainable value chains. Next slide, please. A little bit about background. By now, the delegation and the strategic innovation programs have been working on the circular concept for quite some time, starting out in 2020. And we shared the proposal with Vinnova in June this year. If we could change slide, please. To put the project together, we had to have, of course, several workshops with several stakeholders and have established a stable consortium right now, hoping for a start signal to be able to kick off the project probably in 2022 and also expand the consortium because we have other programs who want to join as well. The project concept, on next slide, thanks a lot. What's Circular really about? The overall goal of the initiative is to strengthen, of course, the competitiveness of Swedish industry by developing ability, competence, and knowledge about how traceability can be applied for several circular value chains. And for us, the best way to do this is to go about and gather and support already active and successful projects from the portfolios of the 5 strategic innovation programs. And we're, of course, also all addressing already the global goals separately, but by working together, we hope to reach further and be able to include the whole value chains instead of just industry-specific parts of them. And with a wide network in academia and industry, the SIPs should be well suited to take on this challenge. Thank you. Going to the next slide, talking about mission. Now, speeding up now, we're late. So we are adding industrial projects which are already successful to the Circular Initiative and bringing those together and adding joint activities to secure increased learning and sharing of experience. And a very important activity in the project is the development of open educational resources that we're planning for, OER, that can easily be used both in traditional education and in lifelong learning experiences for professionals. And of course, also Circular Once, as we have been talking about this morning, contribute to policy and design of programs and calls focusing on traceability for sustainable value chains, cross-sectorial. So looking at the actual content then, the kind of sub-projects, going back to Eric, we have 5 industrial sub-projects in Circular today, as shown in this list in the slide. TraceMet is the first one, and Eric just told you about that. So we're hoping to develop this collaboration further with you, Eric, and your colleagues. Then we're going to Chalmers Industriteknik here in Gothenburg, where we have Jessica Wehner and the KEEP 2 project. They work with traceability for electrical and electronic products in circular systems. Number 3 is waste as a resource, added by Mälardalen University in Västerås, where I am located. Also, within Future Energy, they will deal with circular life cycle for nutrients and food production. So that will hopefully create a consumer pull for what's actually happened to metals, for example. In construction building, we have 4 steps to GTIN, Global Trade Item Numbers, with Kirsten Gren at Swedish Wood. So you see there are different sectors in this initiative. And finally, and last but not least, traceability technology for brands with TrustTrace, who are focusing on traceability in the textile value chain, but also have been involved in food projects. And they also want to focus on new business models, which is, of course, interesting as we're, as you said, maybe not for food, but for textiles as a service and developing the business models for different sectors. On the next slide, we have the work packages, which will complement the projects, the sub-projects. So of course, the main volume of Circular are the industrial sub-projects, which are really important, and we're really looking forward to bring them together, and also the programs together. But nevertheless, we have a few work packages where, as I just said, the business model is one important thing, where we in the PIA program see a lot of interest on how we can develop this. Also, of course, how we integrate and share information. We have a few other projects which could come into that sector. And also mention the OER resources with education and knowledge sharing, and of course, communication dissemination. So just to close this up, my last slide, I think, maybe, both from Circular and the strategic innovation programs, we of course hope to contribute to spreading the knowledge about the UNFC in collaboration with you all. Natural resources are the foundation of our industrial sectors, and the innovation programs are key stakeholders in the Swedish innovation landscape, addressing also the global goals. And as just said, the transition of business models and service models are also high relevant for us, and also already included in the PIA calls as this important collection of data, as we heard about before as well. And on the very final slide, we have the contact persons for the different innovation programs. And I would be happy, of course, if you would reach out to me and bring me more good people who are enthusiastic about this idea and the planning of Circular, and also just to connect and to make us go faster forward by learning from what others already did. That concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malin.
The speedy version.
Yeah. Thank you. No, so we have time for some few questions, and the first one goes out to Nathan. So Nathan, what are the challenges for secondary raw materials and recycling, in your opinion?
There's a lot. I mean, right now we've already started doing traceability of mining waste, which is one of the areas of recycling that we don't often think of. Most people think of recycling in terms of post-consumer waste. But there's a huge amount of benefit to looking at mining waste and pre-consumer waste as an input into either recycling or other processes. So we're tracking tin slag that goes into a tantalum smelter, for example. And one of the big challenges is when you have waste, it often has different sets of data that are needed in order to go across borders, in order to get it into different inputs, so that you know what's happening with it. So this is why traceability is important in this area, and I see that I'm out of time.
So, Eric, given that sustainability performance data can be traced along metal value chains, what would be the next step for traceability systems such as TraceMet?
I think that ties very well into the previous question. I mean, closing the loop will be quite challenging, but also quite valuable, since the TraceMet so far looked at the upstream part from mine to manufacturer, and there are reasonably few links and reasonably few actors. But when the product is manufactured, it gets a life on its own, and can be a long sequence of different users, and to keep track of that product and knowing when that product returns to be recycled, what material is actually put into it, be it the environmental performance, sustainability performance, you want to keep track of its carbon footprint, for instance, or more perhaps core data, the actual more of technical performance data, what quality of steel is put into this product, and so on. That I would say is one challenge with a high priority, at least. Perhaps something that we could be looking into with Circular up and running.
Maybe that gave us a good introduction to Malin, because next question goes to you. And the Strategic Innovation Program already has a quite large portfolio, consisting of a large number of projects. And what additional value will the Circular initiative bring to this? Are you going to be down?
I really think it's of crucial importance that we get to work together now with the programs, and of course also with the different funding agencies, because there are so many initiatives, but we tend to deep dive into our own sectors. So making this cross-sectorial project, an initiative, and just learning from each other will help us move forward. And we also hope to expand this consortium so Circular could be a node for even more projects going forward.
So Nathan, the last question goes to you.
Or maybe everyone, actually.
Or everyone. Let's do it to everyone. What will be the biggest drivers of the shift towards companies adopting traceability? So let's start with you, Nathan.
Number one, business model. Everyone's interested in seeing traceability, but there needs to be a benefit for everyone who participates. If you're giving data, if you're doing more work to put data into a traceability system, you need to see some sort of benefit in order to justify that effort. That can come with maybe better rates from your financiers, maybe it's better access to markets, it could be better marketing, but whatever it is, you have to be able to make that case in order to see it.
And Malin, maybe? Do you have
Yeah, of course I agree. But I would also like to bring the cultural aspect of this. What I see in many companies is that there are so sort of vast ditches between different companies, the competencies within the companies. I would love to see a better collaboration where the digitalization guys and gals and software developers, marketeers, product people. That whole machinery, I think, needs to come together to realize the potential of business in the new era.
And Eric, you get the last word. What would you like to add to those two?
Well, yes, exactly. I think that I think it's quite interesting that these the added benefits or the value that Nathan is. I agree fully on that. I think it's quite interesting that those benefits can be both the what's it called, the carrot and the stick. I mean, there will or is already being prepared legislation or regulations that will require some level of traceability. So that's a benefit, of course, to comply with the regulations. But probably the stronger incentive will be the carrot, access to marketing opportunities, and not having near a full overview. I would say that the downstream, the consumer side, there is more of a pull mechanism than a push mechanism right now, at least. And bringing that to, well, it is the market already, but making that operative. I think that the upstream actors will see those benefits that Nathan has described and be prepared to join. But we need to get that critical mass, the snowball rolling. And I guess there's a bit of waiting now from different actors to see which of the different competing initiatives will take the lead, so to say.
Thank you so much. We actually got the last question that is really good. So we'll take a minute of your lunch break to ask that, and that's how those traceability systems can be used in the context of conflict minerals, where informations are circulating in a rather opaque flow. Anyone?
Yeah, so this is where we got our start, as in conflict materials. So gold, tin, tantal, and tungsten. And usually in the mine to smelter section of the supply chain, what you need to have is a chain of custody solution. Now, these chain of custody solutions are usually done by putting things in, the concentrates in a bag and putting a tag on them, and then recording the tag number and the weight. And this can be done by a third party, and that's traditionally how it's been done, but that's really, really expensive for the miners and the smelters. And so, according to OECD guidelines, a mine or a smelter can conduct that themselves. So there's the right data to be collected in place. And so we've actually come out with a mine to smelter chain of custody tool that we're now testing with a number of mines and smelters for free. And because that segment of the supply chain needs to be able to just get on there and have and be able to conduct this chain of custody themselves. But it's really about looking at what the supply chain risks you're most concerned about are and collecting the data that's appropriate for it. Because just because you have chain of custody doesn't mean you have a responsible mine. A chain of custody doesn't tell you that you haven't emitted too much carbon or that you haven't put mercury into the water systems or something like that. So it's about, number one, making sure you have that chain of custody, but also what data you're collecting to mitigate the supply chain risks you care about.
Okay, thank you very much. So
I think we conclude there, and thank you all for this very important work that I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about in the future.
Yeah, I certainly hope so.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it, and it will be really interesting to see what you all have to bring to the table in a few years' time again.
So now it's time for lunch.
Yes, it is. And now I'm standing here and thinking, let's start at 1:05.
Yeah.
So we plan for a short break, and let's meet all of you then back here. 1:05. We start again. Thanks again, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you
so much.
And lovely lunch.
Yeah, that too.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. We got Japanese. This afternoon, we're going to get an introduction on how to do classification according to UNFC in different areas of application. We have a little bit of connection problems with our first speaker. He's situated in the Rocky Mountains, so we're working on that. So instead, we'll move on to our second speaker.
And our second speaker for today, or for this afternoon, is Sebastian Fleider. You are currently working at the Geological Survey of Austria and has a primary research focus on the quality and quantity of sand and gravel resources in Austria. And I guess, as everyone know or will be aware of, sand and gravel is crucial for, the building of society, but sand is also one of the critical minerals nowadays. So I leave the floor to you, Sebastian. Welcome.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. I have actually changed my title slightly. If you can see on the first slide, it now reads, how can UNFC be applied to sand and gravel resources at a regional scale? This is a bit of a new concept for UNFC. As far as I know, UNFC has only been applied to sand and gravel once. There's one study published from Norway, and that even stays on a local scale. Why we think we need to move on a regional scale to regional scale is shown in the picture. Sand and gravel deposits simply extend over far distances, kilometers, tens of kilometers. And they are a very important commodity for the construction industry. I am totally with Scott Foster, who this morning talked about sustainability. I long for the moment that aggregates are sourced from secondary sources, but at the moment there's still a lot of primary sand and gravel extracted. In the EU, every year it's over 1,000 million tons. So governments want to know how much they've got left, and this is why we do this study. So on the next slide, I compare the traditional UNFC applications with what we propose for sand and gravel. In the non-energy mineral resources sector, UNFC has a long time been applied mostly to metal ore deposits, copper mines and things, i.e. local anomalies in the Earth's crust. And so the applications were on a local scale, and they were based on projects. They looked at mining projects. And for sand and gravel, we want to now move to the regional scale and want to become irrespective of mining projects. And the other difference for sand and gravel is before mining, there's never a technical feasibility study carried out. Nobody questions that the technology exists to dig up gravel, and so they don't do these studies. Also, the exploration phase is usually very limited. The operators go onto a geological map and they have their deposit delimited right there. And so with traditional local scale UNFC thinking, it would be easy to come up with an EFG value of 344. No project, no feasibility study, no exploration. But I want to challenge this. I want to show that one can go further. And actually the Norwegian study has shown that you can go further. I'm afraid the next 3 slides will not be very exciting, except for people who can get excited about EFG values. This is about the derivation of values for the e-axis. We depend heavily on spatial plans and land use data. First of all, active pits, no surprise there, they get a value of 1.1. And on the other hand, on the other side of the scale, the areas where mining is legally prohibited, these exclusion zones. I have trouble reading this, I'm sorry. On the other side of the scale, in exclusion zones, F, the E value would be 3.3. And in between, you can have potential conflict areas where mining is actually expected to run into conflicts, either because of negative environmental effects or because societal acceptance cannot be taken for granted. And in those, you would have an E value of 3.2. And if you resolve the conflicts, or if you're outside one of these conflict areas, the E value would be And finally, for safeguarded areas where the government has set aside space for future mining, so they kind of made viable, it would be E1.2. This is fairly straightforward. It becomes more tricky with the F-axis because the UNFC definitions on what does F1, F2, F3 mean always talk about projects. And if you want to move away from projects, it's not so easy. For active pits where production is already taking place, it's easy, F1.1. For mature projects which have not started yet, we suggest F1.3 because a mining plan exists already. These are particularly cases where a project has been suggested to the authorities and the company is waiting for a mining permit. So these would be the F1.3 mature projects. But if you're outside, if you're in a green field and there are no projects, what we suggest here is resorting to the criterion of market proximity. And near markets, we suggest an F value of 2.3. There is sufficient evidence for the potential. For example, around Vienna, there's a high demand for sand and gravel, and any gravel deposit near the city can be looked at as a potential gravel project, mining project. Far from the clients, the consumers, or if there's no development for some other reason, the F value would be 4. And what is near and far needs to be decided by everybody in the area they're working on. The G-axis is actually easy again for regional deposits. The confidence you have in your volume estimate, the volume is given by X times Y times Z extent, and X and Y extents are so large that the delineation on the geological map is very accurate, a meter or so. So the error is very, very small. What counts is the thickness error, and that translates directly into the G value then as shown at the bottom of the slide. Now, as promised in the original title, there is now a pilot study that I want to present, an Austrian pilot area. This is taken straight from the geological map. 6 gravel units occur in this area, different stratigraphic age and different material quality as well. The point symbols show the location of gravel pits. And from those and talking to the gravel pit operators, we know about the suitability of the material. It turns out that volume units 1, 2, and 3 are suitable for concrete, whereas 4, 5, and 6 are not. They're only for general road construction purposes. This becomes important later, and I'll show you in a minute. The next slide shows the how we calculate volumes. We were lucky in this area that there are thickness models that exist, and these allow us to calculate the volumes. The pink dots show the borehole locations, and at these locations, we can observe the true thickness, also the thickness of the overburden, net gravel thickness. We can get these things, and the deviation between the borehole observed thickness and the model thickness lets us derive the G value. And this is for deriving the E value, the land use data. The gray areas are exclusion zones, and the pink areas are conflict zones. Now, what should be regarded as exclusion zone? That needs to come from your regional land use planners. That list is only an example. It will be different from area to area. But what is interesting here is to see that the exclusion zones cover about 75% of the gravel deposits. So 3/4 are off limits, not available. Anyways, this is the E values that we derive, and I've mentioned that already. This is the final result. EFG classes anywhere within the gravel deposits and the corresponding volumes. Now these are given depending on the material usage, if it's suitable for concrete. Volumes, units 1, 2, and 3 are summed up. And for the road constructions, all the units count. And so this is the final result, the EFG classes distribution and the corresponding volumes. I want to come to my conclusions. This is a proposal so far on how to derive UNFC codes irrespective of mining projects. We derive EFG categories at a regional scale. The approach is GIS based. And what is important is that the results comply with recent UNFC definitions. Okay, there's no point in coming up with EFG 223 that means something else suddenly for sand and gravel that it would mean for a copper mine. So we are consistent with the definitions. And the information, we're not doing an economical assessment of a mining project. We give information on a region's endowment to governments. And they need this information to secure the future supply of material for the construction industry. And with that, I thank you for listening.
Sebastian, it's really interesting to see this new approach to UNFC. And we'll move on to Håkan, our next speaker. Håkan Pihl from Nordkalk. You're the Director of Sustainability at Nordkalk nowadays. And before you have been the Chief Geologist for many years, and you've been, I think, with Nordkalk for the last 3 decades. So you have really deep experience with the lime industry. You're also a Master in Geology from Åbo Academy in Finland. And you are connected today from Finland, from Pargas as well. So welcome, Håkan, talk about the industrial experience of UNFC.
Thank you, Erika, and thank you for having me at the webinar. Let's see. So you can see the first slide, the topic slide. I will move on, and we always start our presentations with the safety reminder, and just today at the webinar we may look at the last point and how to consider the safety aspects and in a webinar like this. And this slide is something you may take as a benchmark and or the idea to include it in your standard presentations. Just a few words about who we are in Nordkalk. We are a limestone company producing limestone products and quicklime, and having been around since 1898 and operating in the Baltic Sea region. And now the latest development is that just a few weeks ago we were acquired by a British UK company, listed company, Sigma Rock. So it remains to be seen how this new ownership will affect our reporting routines. But what I'm speaking about today is based on our experiences so far and being part of a family-owned industrial minerals company. So I will present 2 cases very briefly. The first one being based on an Estonian limestone quarry. And now it changed. So what we have done here is to divide the quarry area into 4 different zones or domains. And those are called Kaarinu 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they are directly related to the permit issues of these and the different development phases in this quarry. So we have some basis of geological information, a little bit varying in the different domains, but my message is that the crucial part is the permit issue, the E factor in the EFG coding. And on top of that, we have also divided the areas into some quality aspects. So in this case, the magnesium content is ruling. So we have what we call a high calcium part of the stone deposit and then a high magnesium part. So we divide those into two different qualities. And then we also have some variations in the F factor or element. We might have some old material which is blocking part of the resource, or we may need to, like in the Carino 4, we need to open up a totally new area, so there is some establishment costs related to this. So all the different areas are then in the different development phases. Then I'm showing a little bit more in the detail how we have applied this in and done the reporting for our internal use in simple Excel sheet, where we have a more detailed reporting for all of the 4 different domains, and where we have a short explanation in the middle column. You can see where we have given a short explanation of how we came to the conclusion of the coding of the different E, F, and G parameters. In the down part of the table, where you have the green and the yellow colors, we have also given the bridging to the Crisco family reserves, resource terminology. And this is, of course, something that in the minerals business is kind of important, because that is maybe more used and more known, not so much in the industrial minerals, but in especially in the metal ores world. So the Crisco family is more used. But it's very good that there is this bridging table available. And then in the lowest part, we also have made a note of some next steps which we need to, how to continue in developing the different domains or the parts of the deposit. And this is, in my mind, very useful, that this kind of resource management also works as a working plan, so that you can clearly define and follow what steps to continue with in order to reach closer to the E1, F1, G1 state of the availability. To the right in the picture, there's also a black and white cube, EFG cube. And that's just a note that we have made, that it would be very useful to have some kind of software solution application where you could get this in a very smooth way done. This was now done in a manual manner, and it was quite laborious. So, but that visualization of the 3-dimensional location of the code, that would be very helpful. The other case I'm talking about is exemplifying the E factor, how that can vary, and which is, in my experience, actually the most ruling in many cases of these 3 parameters. This example is from the Gotland Island in Sweden, where we have had a permit process running from, actually the application was launched in 2006, And in 2018, we finally made the conclusion that now this case is closed. And meanwhile, during those years, we have been moving up and down on this vertical axis, E-axis, starting from E3, where we didn't have any permit, then coming to E2, where we had a permit application dealt with by the court, but it was appealed. And then in 2012, for the first time, approved by the first instance. Then again, it was appealed. In 2014, we got the permit from the second instance. Then we were on E1 state, but the process continued, and from 2015 on, it also became a political process. So a Natura 2000 area was introduced by the politicians in this area, and this then finally led to going down back from E1 to E2 and E3. So the application was then a closed story. Throughout the years, we already had the sufficient geological information, and the feasibility was also in place. So then we said that we're talking about F2 and G1 in those parameters. In my presentation, I also have some discussion points, but I see that my time is running out, so I suggest that we will come back to those issues, and I'm just making the short conclusion that this UNFC frame is very useful in industrial minerals resource classification. Thank you.
Thank you, Håkan. Really interesting to hear about your experiences. We have a few questions from the audience that I think we should take now, since we haven't been able to reach the Rocky Mountains today. So we move to the questions, and we take the Rockies another day. So first question goes to you, Sebastian. Thank you for your presentation. Did you suggest that government may have different categories than the private sector? Government may know, the private sector may not.
No, I don't think so. I don't think there should be different EFG codes, classes, and definitions taken. It's just that the people who we supply our results to, in our case, were governments, but the results should be consistent with no matter where you who you give your results to.
Yeah.
Did I understand your question correctly? Did I answer it correctly?
I think so. Otherwise, the one who wrote it can come back and write a new one, right?
There shouldn't be a difference between the two.
No.
Okay, and the question to Håkan. Besides the recognition of the finance market, what factor would be beneficial for enhancing the UNFC usage within the industrial sector?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So yes, definitely the financial or the view of the financial market, that is, let's say, very crucial, and this is where the UNFC is different from the CRISCO family resource reporting standards, and that's one of the of course one of the challenges in the minerals business. But then also my experience is that it would be very beneficial to, on top of that, let's say, to have a clear guidance on what to include in the reporting and how to to structure the reporting beneath the simple EFG coding and a very short explanation of how you came up with that coding. So I think from the Crisco world to minerals business, they are used to a more extensive text report, and that kind of guidance I think would be very beneficial in minerals resource reporting.
Also, Sebastian, what kind of reactions have you received on your work with gravel and sand and doing it the way you do it?
Yeah, well, we've presented this new approach in Geneva at the UNSC Resource Week, and they didn't tear it apart. I am carrying out this approach in Austria, and I'm assessing gravel deposits in wide areas now, province by province, and I can say that the provincial governments are very, very, very keen on getting these results. They might not care so much about EFG 1, 2, 3 something, but they really want to know how much is available, under what circumstances, what is off limits, and all these things that lead to our assessment. They are very, very keen to get the results, and so this is why we are pursuing it for the moment. We're just about ready to submit this for publication, but I'm not sure if the debate is totally closed. This hasn't been authorized yet by Geneva that this is the way to go. So far, we haven't proceeded yet, but we're close, I think.
You mentioned that there has been this kind of studies from Norway as well. Have you been going at it in the same way as the Norwegians, or is it?
Yes, the work, actually I'm doing this work together with the Norwegian colleagues, and I'm building on what they did before, moving from local to regional scale, but otherwise it's very, very much the same thing, yeah, using spatial data, and it's, yeah, we're in it together.
And also another question, that's for me, to just a question of understanding. Did you mention that there are areas where where the government actually decided that this is an area for mining? That is,
yes.
Okay.
Safeguarded areas, yes. They are set aside. They say, well, this is a good resource close to the market, and we've looked at the potential conflicts and we've ruled them out, or they are very likely to not occur. And so if a company goes in there, and they're supposed to go in there, if there's any mining, please do it there. And if they go in there, they are very likely to meet the conditions and get a permit. It's not preempting the outcome of a permit application, but it looks good for them in these areas. And this is why we treat them almost like running projects, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have another question, and this I think goes to both, since you both have different areas that you're active in, and also it sits in different countries. And the question goes like, does permitting authorities require this kind of analysis? I guess in Sebastian, in your case, it's kind of a new area, but in that case, do you think it will be mandatory to submit this kind of analysis in the future?
What is already mandatory is that you figure out, are you in or close to a conflict area or a exclusion zone? That is already part of the process at the moment, yes. So it's not new. What is new is that I give an EFG class to it, and what is also new and good for the governments, it's a kind of overview inventory of how much is there, and that is independent of a site-specific mining permit procedure. But yeah.
And Håkan?
Yeah, answering from my part. So I'm not totally sure if I understood the question right, but in our case, of course, it's totally voluntarily basis and more ruled by our owners than the authorities. So it's our choice, so to say, no external authority-based demand in this respect.
Okay, well, in that case, I'd like to thank the both of you. And we actually have our third speaker online, so before it disappears again, we would...
Yeah, so let's introduce Aaron from the Rocky Mountains.
Thank you.
And thank you both for your contributions today. So, Aaron, welcome
Thank you.
to the webinar. You're the Executive Director of the American Institute of Professional Geologists, and you are based in Westminster in Colorado, but today you're up in the Rockies at home. And you just developed, your working group within the expert group just developed new specifications for minerals. You've made an excellent job, so I thought it would be interesting to hear you talk about them. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have a presentation up that I can see here? I'm not seeing anything. Hello?
No.
No.
I do not.
That's when where you can see your presentation.
I don't see it in the Zoom.
He doesn't see it in Zoom. You have your first slide on now.
Okay. Well, first, I'd like to thank everyone for giving us an opportunity to share the new specifications for minerals projects with you. Since I'm not able to see the presentation in the Zoom, what I'm going to ask is that when I'm finished with the slide, if someone would change that for me and let me know that it's changed, I'll go ahead and just kind of quickly go through the supplemental specifications as we've laid them out here. I'd also like to thank the other members of the working group that have worked on this presentation with me, Hendrik Falk, who's the co-chair of the Minerals Group, Johan Gutsis, who is the past chair, along with Dr. Michael Neumann, and Bianca Neumann for their assistance as we put this together. We can go to the next slide, please. That's just to acknowledge that a lot of people have put a lot of work into coming up with the specifications. It hasn't always been easy. We often come from many different backgrounds within the mineral world, which is quite diverse. So we have people that represent traditional base metal mining, maybe mining of aggregates, or things like gold and silver, precious metals. Then we also have members that represent those groups that produce aggregate or dimension stone or building stones. The minerals group is quite broad and vast, and it even incorporates some of the new and cutting edge technologies where we're using solution mining and things that maybe we wouldn't have considered doing 25 or 35 years ago. And so I really want to acknowledge all of those members. I can't name them all, but I do want to acknowledge the contribution that they've made. Go to the next slide, please. The Minerals Working Group really thinks about how the mineral cycle itself works, right? We have the mineral raw materials that kind of feed through the minerals projects and become the first link of the economic value added chain. And that's really quite important in terms of the role minerals and raw materials are going to play in global, regional, and local economies. We also have to think about what mineral deposits are and how they may become mineral projects. And when we do that, we have to think about the source and classification, the specifications, and how we utilize all of the different aspects of UNFC to give access to the market itself and to allow for good, accurate policy making so that we can understand how those mineral projects may be influenced by or influence markets and policies. What that really means then is that we take our fact-based standard that we use in the UNFC and we really make that part of the resource management system. So this all has to work in tandem, and that's the way the minerals, the supplemental specifications would work. You're all familiar with UNFC, and I don't want to beat that to death here, but I do want to talk a little bit about the way UNFC is going to apply to minerals projects. And so I think we know that it's a tool that we use and we assess the viability of projects in a standardized way. The idea is that we define the conditions and then we use the 3 axes to look at how those conditions may be variable. The good thing with the UNFC is that that allows us to think about how those conditions vary over time. That also allows it to be broadly applicable. If you'd go to the next slide, please. The international usability comes from that code-based system with the 3-dimensional block approach. And what I really want to do here is just to think about how we apply these to minerals projects. So if we think about the geologic axis, we're really talking about traditional minerals practices. This would be exploration, it would be reserves calculations, it would be trying to understand geologically what is the amount of certainty we have in the size, shape, grade, and overall mineralogic composition of that deposit. That would include things like understanding how much of the deposit is waste material, what we would call gang material in the mining industry, of course. So the geologic axis, I think, is very, very appropriate for us. It makes a lot of sense. The technical axis, that's the axis where we think about, can we technically and feasibly from an engineering standpoint, perform that project? And that would be understanding what type of mining we're going to try to use. Do we use traditional rim and pillar mining? Are we using block caving, or do we use solution mining? Is it open pit mining? How do we do that? And how feasible is that? And I think one of the great advantages of the UNFC and what we've tried to lay out in the Minerals Working Group is the environmental sustainability axis, right? Our idea here is to look at what are the environmental impacts going to be, and how do we assess if those impacts are such that they would make a project where unfeasible, something that we couldn't do. So we look at those 3 things. And the other thing about our approach with the Minerals Working Group has been, how do we recognize that the 3 axes really interact? So as the geologic certainty, as we understand the deposit better, one of the things that we learn is it may very well be that the waste material creates an environmental threat that then changes the position of our assessment on the environmental axis. So we have to think about those things as well. If you would go to the next slide, please. So when we think about that, the level of confidence that we see is really going to be key here, right? And so we have to think about this in terms of confidence. If we're thinking about viability on the E-axis, our socioeconomic viability, we have to weigh multiple factors. And the key for us was to understand, where that sort of cutoff level may be. At what point do we cut off and end up with a critical project that just can't be considered because it's not going to be economically viable because of environmental or social aspects. Same with the F-axis. This is technical feasibility. And the other thing that we want to take into consideration is that technology changes, right? So science progresses, engineers come up with new methods, and something that might not have been technically feasible 5 years ago may become technically feasible in 10 years' time. And then, the G-axis, of course, I mentioned that earlier. That really is just about traditional geologic exploration. And I think most of us are at least somewhat familiar with that, especially if we work in the CRISCO world. And what we really want to be able to do there is to have an understanding of the deposit within a certain degree of confidence. Let's say the size of the deposit within maybe plus or minus 15%. So if we think it's 60 million tons of ore, we want to be certain that maybe it's not exactly 60, but it's probably not going to be any less than 53 or 4, and maybe any more than 68 or 9 million tons. So we have that narrow window that we want to work in. Next slide, please. The other thing that we tried to take into consideration was how minerals projects and how the UNFC approach could help us meet the sustainable development goals. One of the things that we know is mining has an impact. Humanity has an impact. Everything that we do on Earth, we have an impact. But in the minerals world, we could think about several sustainable development goals that we could work to address. Under the environmental side, we have to think about clean water. We have to think about energy access and sustainability. We certainly know that minerals projects can have a climate impact, so we want to think about climate action. And we also know that those projects can impact life on land. In the social realm, we know that minerals projects often can provide work opportunities and help to lift communities out of poverty. We also know that mining in the past has not been equitable in terms of the gender distribution of persons who work at mines. We wanted to make sure that we address that. We can reduce inequalities. And of course, because we have a large business opportunity that's going to provide an economic engine, that gives us a chance as well to think about how we can address peace, justice, and strong institutions, so SDG 16. We also think about it from the economic side. We want to address how can people that work in the mines have a decent work and good economic growth in the region. Mines often bring in the need for new infrastructure. They often drive innovation and industrialization. So that's another SDG that can be addressed. We also think that we as a working group wanted to talk about what is responsible consumption and production. And I think, that plays back into the circular economy. We know that much of what we mine can be recycled, and then we supplement demand with expanded mining opportunities. But we have a large, potentially large impact in the minerals realm with respect to trying to meet the sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. If we think about the typical minerals project cycle, it's pretty straightforward from a geologist's standpoint. You explore. Once you identify a deposit, you think about what reserves are going to be present there. You try to calculate those to a high degree of certainty. Once that happens, you begin to mine and process the material. Then you make concentrate, and the concentrate gets sent off to a smelter, and the smelter then develops typically it's a metal, but it doesn't have to be, but it gets processed and turned into whatever raw material that it is that we're trying to move. So the next slide from this one, please. You're on the right side. There we go. So the UNFC has a great advantage because it attempts to account for all of these processes and for all of the pieces that may have a social impact or may need to be technically sound or trying to understand the geologic certainty. So the best part is that the minerals project cycle, when we think about it, most often and historically, mine closure and remediation hasn't been addressed. And the UNFC, through the Mineral Specifications Project, and you can actually go into the specifications and see how we address this, we try to account for mine closure, remediation afterward, and even to some degree, how do you transition the local economy from mine closure to a new type of economic base once the mine is no longer operating. So I think that's an important aspect of the UNFC in this regard. Next slide, please. This is just another representation of the life cycle of a mine, and it covers the same kinds of topics. And I put this in mostly so you'll notice that even this is just a few years ago. This was put out in about 2006, 2007. Even 14 years ago, you'll notice that the minerals project seemed to stop when the mine life was exhausted. And that didn't cover post-mine activity. It didn't cover remediation. It didn't cover closure. It didn't cover how do we help a community now that has depended on a mine for maybe 25 or 30 years. How do we help that community transition to a new economic base? And the advantage in the UNFC and the challenge is how do we address that and how do we make that meaningful and real? We try to address that in the specifications. Next slide. I think a lot of us don't realize just how rare mineral deposits are. It's an unusual concentration of elements in Earth's crust. For some reason, it's above the background average. And for a deposit to be viable really depends on the intersection of the geological conditions, the economic conditions, and really the social and environmental conditions as well. Those should be listed on the same line and with the same amount of value. These projects can be short. I've seen mining projects that had a mine life of less than a year, or they can be projects that last for decades or even centuries. There are mines operating in the American West, where I live, that have been open since the late 1800s and continue to operate more than 100 years later. The other thing that happens is deposits are dynamic. So as conditions change, a deposit can go from being an active deposit that's actively being mined to being a deposit that's closed and is being maintained. As technology changes, the mine may expand. And so what may have been considered non-economic 10 years before could become economic depending on technology or mineral values. So the mining realm is dynamic and it depends on global, regional, and local economic conditions. And these changing conditions then may change the economic impacts or the social impacts that we see in communities near the active mining areas. So the UNFC, as we analyze and as we apply it to minerals projects, it's going to have to be an iterative process so that we're constantly and consistently monitoring how changes in the mining or economic environment or technological environment could end up changing the socioeconomic impacts on communities. Next slide, please. Mineral projects they're evaluated in a number of different ways depending on the stages of the mineral life cycle. So we have to estimate the quantities that are appropriate in the project. And what we really have to be sure that we do is to make the basis for these estimations appropriately referenced in the evaluation. What that means is the estimations are on a sound geological basis. We have good, reliable, high quality data that allows us to make a very high quality estimate. So within say plus or minus 15% of the size and value of the deposit. And this would include not only the data that are being brought out by the exploration company, but third-party data could come in, and it could also be new methodologies that we use to evaluate a specific deposit, because each deposit or deposit type has its own characteristics and requires its own types of analyses. We'll have to be very clear on what methodologies were used to make the estimations that we see. And this applies not just to the estimate of the product quantity, which is typically what we would think of when we think of making these estimations, but also to the technical feasibility. If we're going to be mining and we're going to be using an open pit mine, what is the quantity of waste material we're going to be looking at? Technically, will the rock or material support a specific size bench or batter, depending on the mine itself? And in terms of the social and economic viability, we need good, solid numbers on what the economic impacts may be, what the social impacts may be. And we require that we appropriately reference this. And that's the key. Not only that we make these estimations, but that we include specific references that any person who reads the UNFC finding and the UNFC report that's been generated can understand where that data came from, how that number was generated, and see the methodology that was used to make that set of estimates. Next slide. We also want to classify projects based on their level of maturity, right? Where can we look at a project and think, you know, this is, maybe we think about subclassifying them, and maybe we even adopt optimal subclasses. So we didn't want to be so prescriptive that we felt that every different mineral deposit should fit in exactly the same box. We wanted to leave a little bit of room to adopt independent subclasses. We also want to think about the difference between environmental assumptions and socioeconomic assumptions. These different categories, we're thinking here about the non-technical issues, but that could be things like product prices, the legal framework in a particular region, environmental regulations, maybe known barriers, environmental barriers or social barriers, or maybe benefits. And so we have to think about the difference between the environmental assumptions and the socioeconomic assumptions, understanding that they're going to overlap as well.
Aaron, do you think?
Yes.
Do you think you can round up? We're running out of
time.
Yes,
yeah. Oh yes, yes.
I'm sorry.
So no, that's fine. You know, I would like to just mention one last thing then, because I'm very nearly done. If we could go to the next slide, this is one of the more important pieces for us. The UNFC and the Minerals Working Group recognize that there's already a series of international standards in place. And if the UNFC is going to align with those standards, we're also going to have to meet the requirements of those standards. And that means that we have to be able to think about legal definitions for resources and reserves. That's the size of the deposit. We have to think about what it means to have a person that's competent to make the evaluations and what those requirements might be. And we have to think about how the ethical practice of mining would fit into the UNFC minerals project specifications. That, if you go to the next slide, was my last slide anyway. So I'm sorry I ran a little over, but I think it's an important topic, and I hope that we'll be able to provide even better guidance. If you want to see the full document, I've included the link here. You can just click on the link below and get to the full mineral specifications document. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And yeah, we fully agree. It's a very important and interesting topic, but unfortunately we need to jump on to the next speaker. So thank you again for making it here to Stockholm today. And our next speaker is Erik Engvall, my colleague from the Geological Survey of Sweden. You are Vice Chair of UNECE's Expert Group on Resource Management, and also Head of Division Mineral Information and Mining Industry. So, welcome.
Thank you, Therese. The floor is mine.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm actually going to continue talking about what Aaron talked about. I'm going to talk about a case study that we did in Sweden on REE exploration prospects and secondary REEs in secondary resources. So this is how you apply it, more or less. We know that the European Commission, they see UNFC as a valuable tool for harmonizing information about resources within the Union. So we have a project, or had a project, within large collaboration with the geological surveys, where there was a work package for UNFC. So all those countries collaborated, and Sweden made we took responsibility for REEs. And we did that because we have large resources in Sweden with REEs. So that's why. We chose to study 3 projects. We studied the Ulserum project, we studied the LKAB REMAP project, and Norra Kärr project. And for those of you listening, I think you know a little bit about them. And also we wanted to look into how to do UNFC classification if you only have access to public information. And we wanted to apply the Nordic guidance document that we developed a few years back to see how it worked. And also we wanted to use results from another EU project, Orama, that developed a cookbook, more or less, for how to bridge between CIRISCO and UNFC. So these are the 3 projects: REMAP, Operating Mine, Iron Ore, and the REEs in the waste. And Norra Kärr, a mature exploration project, and Ulserum, a less mature exploration project, but a fairly old one anyway. And for the Ulserum project, you have heard about the E, F, and G axis. So we classify this as an E2, F1 to 2, and G1 to 2, based on what was known about this deposit. And within the Nordic guidance document, we decided to use our permitting process for the E-axis. So when you have get those permits, you travel up along the E-axis. So this one has exploration permits, but actually for the first time in history, 2 companies has exploration permits over exactly the same area, which is complicating things. But otherwise, it's fairly straightforward. It's well-known mineralogy. There is well-known technology to take it out, and so on. For Norra Kärr, this is also a well-known and very big project that has had a little bit of a tricky journey through the permitting system. And it also remains a little bit work to do on how to process the minerals. So that's why we gave it an E2 and an F2, but the deposit is well known, so therefore we gave it a G1 to 2. And that it's both, it's because you know a lot about a portion and a little bit less about surrounding areas. And then the LKAB REMAP project. All of these 3 projects, they are on heavy rare earths, so they are extra valuable, of course. This one is a state-owned mining company that has been producing iron ore for more than 100 years, and they have piled up a lot of waste, but now they've decided to extract rare earths and apatite or phosphor from the waste. And they have a lot of material, and they know this material very well, and they are going to process it from the waste stream that is coming out now. So they won't use the historical waste. And when we did this study, there were a lot of considerations, of course. Just as we just heard from Aaron, that you need to take a lot of considerations, but we found that it was quite easy to bridge between CIRISCO and UNFC. We know a lot about these projects. So we realized when we gave it out on review that it's actually very good to have someone from another country read it, because we omitted information that should have been there if we hadn't known those projects so well. So that's something to think about when you talk about competent persons and so on. What more? One outstanding question concerns on how to handle this classification if a project is transferred to a new owner, and you did the CIRISCO classification before that. How well does that CIRISCO classification stands with new owners? And we also concluded that it's perfectly possible to do classification with public data. We compared with the companies afterwards, and they said we sort of, I wouldn't say nailed it, but we came close, and we also got more information, of course, when we talked to them. So this was a quite straightforward project, I would say, and it's very useful to actually sit down and do those classifications to really get to understand the UNFC system and how clever it actually is. So I strongly recommend that for all of you who listens. And I think I end there and give the floor back to you, Therese.
Thank you, Erika. Great. So we are moving on. And we will have Rudolf Suppes with us in just a moment. Let's see. Rudolf, welcome. You are
yes.
Good day. You're a mining engineer working with CBM Consulting, and you're currently pursuing your PhD studies with the within, let's see, the Institute of Mineral Resource Engineering of RWTH Aachen University. So I guess you sit in Germany today.
Yes, that's correct. I'm sitting in Aachen.
Perfect. Yeah, sorry. That one goes back. So the floor is yours, Rudolf. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So are you able to see the slides already? I hope so. Yeah, now I can see them as well. Yes, so welcome everyone, and thanks for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be able to present our research today. Before I jump right into the case study, let me quickly explain what we did. So our goal with this study was to demonstrate the UNFC's applicability to tailings. And we did so on a scoping study level from a private mining company's perspective. The research question, which I'm going to answer in the end, is how do the CIRISCO and UNFC rate the same case study? We used mostly publicly available materials like peer-reviewed scientific literature, and we adopted the assessment and classification approach by Müller et al., which begins with a definition of a project, then moves on with the material characterization, which we will need later for the material flow analysis. We then performed a discounted cash flow analysis in combination with a sensitivity and uncertainty analysis in order to evaluate the project's development status. And in the end, we categorized and classified the case study. So this is our tailing storage facility, or TSF in short. It's called Cabeça do Piau, and it's part of the Panasqueira mining operations in Portugal, which sit on a big tungsten deposit. The mining operation is still active today, but this particular TSF has been abandoned in 1996 for economic reasons after nearly 90 years of operation. Out of the 1.9 million cubic meters of volume, almost 0.7 million are attributed to tailings. The rest is coarse aggregates from drilling and blasting. There's a whole bunch of interesting elements inside the TSF. The most interesting, I would say, is the critical raw material tungsten. It appears in the form of ferberite mainly and has an average grade of 0.2 weight % tungsten trioxide equivalent. Now, this is slightly below the typical surface mining grades, which lie in the range of 0.25 to 0.3%. And it's also worth noting that we have quite high concentrations of pyrite and arsenopyrite with almost 30% each. The TSF is obviously poorly reclaimed. On the right bottom side, we can see an example of a slippage zone where not only the tailings are sliding towards the river, but also some sort of construction materials, I would say. And on the right top side, we can see an example of acid mine drainage, which is directly discharged into the river. And contaminants have been found up to 7 kilometers downstream of the TSF. And depending on the season, it can be up to 600 cubic meters per hour of acid mine drainage, which is discharged into the river. The TSF also contributes to soil pollution due to aeolian distribution of heavy metals, and relevant arsenic concentrations have been found in the bodies of local population as well. For the case study, we constructed 3 scenarios. The first one is a rehabilitation scenario where we're preserving the raw material potential for future generations. In scenario number 1, we are producing ferberite and sphalerite, thus converting almost 1% of tailings into commodities. And in the second scenario, we're increasing resource efficiency by adding chalcopyrite and pyrite to the commodities. The tailings are mined in a surface mining operation. We then assume that they can be processed on site in the reactivated processing plant, and then they leave the system boundaries to be either sold as mineral concentrates or to be disposed of as new residues. As for the economics, it's no surprise to see that the rehabilitation is generating costs only. We considered it conceptually in this case. If we look at the right-hand side, we can see the net present values of the scenarios number 1 and 2. What we can see is that both NPVs are positive with almost 40 and 60 million euros each. And tungsten is the main economic driver with 93% and 70% each of the revenues. The sensitivity analysis shows us that when the tungsten price drops by 55 and 90% respectively, the NPVs become negative, which is a problem because if you look at the historic tungsten price, it periodically drops by 50%. And in the case of scenario 1, it would make it unviable. But luckily, the NPVs are quite insensitive to other price and cost variations. Now, if we look at the case study from the SRISCO and UNFC perspective, in terms of economics, we can see that the SRISCO is not regarding the rehabilitation scenario as a viable option, even though we are preserving the raw material potential for future generations. Scenarios 1 and 2, of course, they are economically viable and contain highly interesting minerals which we are producing or elements. So both classification frameworks see this as a viable option, and they even prefer scenario number 2 because of the higher returns and lower operational risks. Now, if we take the externalities or external costs, which society has to pay for as a baseline in all 3 scenarios, then also the SRISCO is not seeing the reduction of these costs due to current and continued emissions, which we are avoiding. So only the SRISCO sees externalities as a project driving factor. If we now further differentiate the case study from the UNFC perspective in terms of sustainability aspects, we can see that, as mentioned before, health and environmental protection, they're seen as key driving factors for all 3 scenarios. Then scenarios 1 and 2, if we look at the mining company commitment and we're reducing the externalities because we're omitting rehabilitation only, then those 2 are to be preferred. For this, you also need to know that the TSF is currently owned by the municipality. So in case, let's say the TSF collapses down into the river, it's actually the taxpayer who has to come up for these remediation costs. And going further, scenario 2 is even prioritized more because of higher resource efficiency, for example, but also because of 2 other things I would like to highlight. So first of all, we are producing more commodities. So instead of 1 weight % of tailings that are being converted into commodities, it's 21 weight %. So in the end, there is less new residues which we are producing, meaning that there is less storage space that is required, or in other words, there is less land consumption. And also because we're adding chalcopyrite and pyrite to the commodities, both which tend to produce acid mine drainage at the right conditions, we're also reducing the future aftercare issues which we might have with the new residues. So To wrap everything up, so what we did with the study is to demonstrate the UNFC's applicability to tailings. To answer the research questions, if we look how the SRISCO and UNFC rate the same case study in terms of sustainability aspects, we see that the rehabilitation scenario, simply because it's non-economic, is disregarded by the SRISCO as a viable option. Scenario 1, of course, is a viable option and produces highly interesting elements. So both classification frameworks see this as a legitimate scenario. And scenario number 2, again, if we focus here on the prioritization due to environmental and social benefits, then only the UNFC is able to see these factors as project driving factors. And lastly, we also hit some limitations with the current UNFC concept, which actually made it quite difficult to go through the case study. 2 of those I would like to present here. First of all, is that even though by applying the UNFC principles, we were clearly able to distinguish the 3 scenarios from each other, we were not able to categorize them accordingly, meaning that scenario 1 and scenario 2 would end up in the same category. So the current UNFC is sort of not able to reward sustainability aspects. And the second is that the current UNFC is lacking user guidance. To give you one example, the SRISCO template for scoping studies will tell you that you have an overall accuracy of plus minus 50%, which is something you need to know because this is going to set your expectations for the case study, which you didn't have here. So we actually refer to part of the SRISCO template to construct our scenarios. Yeah, and that's actually all. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much, Rudolf. That was really interesting, and we'll get back to you later on with some questions. But before that, we have our next speaker, Soraya Heuss-Aspisler. Welcome. See if we
Hello.
Hello. Good to have you with us. And you are a professor. Let's see. You are a professor in mineralogy at the LM University of Munich. You also lead the working group Anthropogenic Resource Classification of the Pan-European Network MNEA. And you are also active in the Anthropogenic Resource Working Group of UNIKI, who has developed specification for application of the UNFC to secondary raw materials. So the floor is yours, Soraya. Welcome once again.
Thank you very much. And I hope, do you see the slide? Yes, we do. So first of all, the point is that what we want to show is if the screening concept can be used. Because in the first presentation of Rudolf, you saw a case study where the information available. And here we wanted to know if there are no investigations and we have only a possibility to get to internet, if it's we can make an estimation. And if I look at, go to the next slide. Oh, was too much. So. If we look at this mining waste, there are quite similarities with mining projects in terms of geology and expected minerals, target elements, and the techno-economic approach has also similarities with mining exploration. And at the end, it's always the question is whether it is worth it. But there are also several differences, and that is addition to processing of mining waste, the environmental, social, and also the legal impact are a challenge. This means that the development of a recovery project requires a comprehensive approach to understand that barriers that might arise during the project. And we therefore wanted to know if it's similar to a reconnaissance exploration, a systematic screening approach can be used. we defined 5 steps to compile all the basic information which are necessary. And it was our aim to have a quite quick and procedure, and which should be with little effort. And of course, it should be compatible with UNFC principles. And at the end, we wanted to come with the answer if to continue with the investigation to save it as with the investigation, or to say that it should be saved as an inventory for future. And I want to show this process with a case study. It is a case study of Bollrich, which is located in Germany. And it is a tailings near Goslar, which belongs to the Rummelsberg mining area and was mined for more than 1,000 years and closed down in 1988. And now this area is a UNESCO heritage site. And the first step we did was to compile the basic information which are available, that is a geographical location, geological information. It is about the composition of the materials, elements, and of course the most important is the elements that could be of economic interest. And due to the mining history, we have also to consider that the quantity, the quality, and also possibly the distribution of the minerals in the tailing can change, and this has to be considered if we make estimation of the economic value. And also the infrastructure has to be considered, and which is shown here in the different colored line. And the second step was to see about the preconditions of technical treatment. The size of the tailings was shown that it is large enough for further consideration, and the processing plant, which can be seen on the right side, shows that it is available, even if it is not in a use. And so the technical conditions on site seem to be quite good. And in the third step, it was the aspect to look at the local environmental and social conditions, whether there's a potential for a reduced environmental risk or to create even social benefits. Here we see this area with quite a lot of different colors, which all show the use of this area. Green, light green for conservation areas, red in the top of the picture, it is a natural reserve, and blue line shows the rivers. Yellow is the industrial and commercial area, and purple area shows the activity is the sport activities near the tailings, and which are quite near to that, and shows that it is important to look at that. And also regarding risk assessment, we see that danger based on the failure of a tailings dam. And arrow in the picture shows the direction of the flow of the tailing in case of a dam failure. And due to the topography, the nearest buildings in Oka are reached within few minutes, and that is something which is considered. And on the other side, on the previous slide, you have seen that there are quite a lot of human activities in this area, which means that possibly there could be competing land use interests, which could be favored for the treatment of the mining waste in this area. And another possible stimulus could be that the city of Goslar is planning to develop an extensive natural and cultural landscape for local recreation. And that can also be taken into account. The fourth the step is local stakeholder assessment, because we think that it's in such a surrounding, it is very important to identify the groups that could potentially be affected by the tailings, the dam failure or resource recovery activity. And we came up with 17 groups that have to be considered. I don't want to take all of them, but you see that there are citizens of the cities, administration, state office of mining, various companies, farmers, and so on, NGOs, and also the Museum of Rummelsberg will be also very cautious about their interest as a UNESCO cultural heritage. And it was also shown that by this screening, the owner of the tailings was not possible to define. And so we came to the last step to get the results of the categorization of this case study in compliant to UNFC. And we came up that this result is quite promising to continue, as it contains economically interesting metals. The volume of the tailing is large enough, and the legal infrastructural conditions seem to be favorable. However, the confidence level is very low, and for that we can only express it in a E3, F3, B4, which is represented in the dark blue box in the UNFC diagram. But the point is that we can say recommend to continue to assess this project as a very preliminary study. But important is that we could also identify the driving factors. That is the reduction of environmental risk potentials, the benefits for the citizens through environmental rehabilitation, and the potential for reducing land use related social tensions. To conclude, we see that the case study shows how important it is to consider all these factors, and in addition to the sustainability of the project, the interests of the local population matter. The approach aligned with UNFC provides a holistic view of the recovery activity, and also the systematic approach with the screening helps to identify barriers and also opportunities for the development of the project. But we see also the need with regard to UNFC for the better communication of the potentials of the project. We recommend to differentiate the 4 dimensions: economic, environment, social, and legal aspects separately, so that it just makes it more transparent. And we see also the need for a guide to assess data quality and uncertainty ranges if we want to put them the data in a category. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Soraya. So, yeah, now the echo is gone. So we have time for 1 or 2 questions, and we can start with Rudolf. There's a question to you. What is the path forward for the case study that you've been doing?
Yeah. So what I would suggest is first of all to continue with the mineral exploration, or at least the characterization, because to our knowledge, 40% of the mineral deposit are not known mineralogically. So we actually cannot assess the total raw material potential. And second is to conduct studies on tailings material from within the deposit, because the processing tests were done on 46 surface samples, and analysis shows that, like drill cores or resistivity measurements show that the there's quite some high alterations inside the deposit, which might then affect the processing. And together with that, also processing costs and residues that we generate. So I would say that's the path forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And let's see if we, for Soraya, can secondary raw materials be assessed in the same way like the mining waste?
That is the question we are discussing, how we can do that, if it is comparable. If we look at the mining waste, it is always looked as a stock, which can be treated. And in case of secondary raw materials, we have stock and flows. We have the challenge that the composition of the materials change during the time, and also the needs according to the treatment plants are very ambitious. So we think that it is possible to do that. We have case studies applied for secondary raw materials, which show that we can use this procedure, and we see that the experience in the primary resources and also that for the mining waste can be very helpful to develop this conceptual work to assess also secondary raw materials.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. We'll do one for Erika as well, I think. What do you think are the main differences between classifying primary and secondary resources?
I think there are a lot of similarities in the cases that we had, and I know that LKAB is going to do, for instance, a PERC report on their waste. So they are treating it in a similar way as other resources. But in all cases, I think it's the numbers that are important. So if we don't have enough input data, it's more difficult to make a good classification.
Okay, thank you. So, in that case, I'd like to thank Erika and, of course, Rudolf and Soraya for coming and talking with us today, having this really informative talks. And we will take a short break now, and we'll be back in 6 minutes at 20 to 3. So, see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, and see you at next conference, I hope.
So, welcome back after this short break, our last break today. Before we put our next speaker on, I just wanted to remind you that you can put questions to us, or to them rather, through Menti. So you have the QR code on the screen, and you use the code 8187147 if you choose to go in through menti.com. So our next speaker in this last but not least block of today is Serge van Gessel. And Serge is a senior geoscientist and advisor at the Geological Survey of Netherlands. And he supports national and regional authorities on the use of the subsurface in the energy transition. And you're also the chairman of the UNFC Injection Projects Working Group, Serge. So please welcome to our webinar.
Yes, thank you, Erika, for the introduction and also for the invitation to speak here today. So, as you say, I will speak today about the United Nations Framework Classification for underground injection projects and underground storage. So let's start here. First of all, I would like to say this is already started development since 2010, when there was an idea to include storage projects and injection projects in the UNFC framework. The focus initially was on injection of long-term geological storage of CO2. And a lot of work has been done by Karen Ask from Equinor and her team, the Injection Projects Working Group, which led eventually to final specifications, which have been published in 2016. And there have been also several demonstrations of this methodology on real case studies and projects. So yeah, first of all, I think this is really a different thing than extractive activities. You're not extracting something from the surface, but you put something in the surface. And this can be CO2 or energy carriers like underground natural gas or hydrogen. Although the technical and socioeconomic challenges may differ, the project maturity principles are generally applicable. So that is why it has been included. So when we talk about injection projects and geological storage, we have to look in this figure on the left below the black line. You can see different types of reservoirs, such as depleted oil and gas fields, aquifers, salt caverns, which can be engineered in the subsurface, and also mines and lined rock cavities. We also have some above ground storage options, but these are not included in this system. So when we talk about a resource here, it is defined as the subsurface reservoir in which you can store fluids. And in general, these are then porous formations, or these are cavern-based spaces. And these can be either explored, for example, when you talk about virgin aquifers, or they can be reutilized. For example, in the case of gas fields, when the gas is extracted, the space that is left behind can be used for storage of CO2, for example. And finally, salt caverns are typically engineered for this purpose. The quantities that are classified are then the fluids that can be injected or stored, and these are then energy carriers or waste or byproducts from energy production, for example, CO2, or industry feedstock. There's a great important difference between permanent storage. So this is when we have storage of CO2, or temporary cyclic storage when we use natural gas or hydrogen. So the framework has been implemented already for some time, since 2016. On the left-hand side, you can see the figure, which is the typical figure for the extractive activities according to UNFC 2019. And on the right-hand side, you can see the scheme for injection projects. And this is still following the 2009 structure. My apologies, I cannot see an update of my screen, so I hope everything goes well. Yeah, you can see there's the total geological storage volume, and then you have the different classes according to the E, F, and G axis, which have a basis or a range from commercial injection projects up to screening projects or non-commercial projects. And on top, you have the amount of the injected and stored quantities and lost quantities. And that is quite similar to extractive activities. So when we look at the differences, we can see here a figure with, on the left-hand side, what you can typically map. So this is an overview of CCS projects, carbon capture and storage projects that are listed by the Global CCS Institute in their database. And these are typically the projects that you would like to embed in the system. Then, of course, you try to map the total range of storage possibilities for CO2. On the right-hand side, you can see an overview of, then you have also the geological screening projects. And these projects are not yet projects based on industry initiatives, but they are a geological assessment of the potential for storage. So I think it's very important that we see how we can also embed these kind of projects in the system and link them to real industry projects. Besides the permanent storage of CO2, we also look at projects regarding the cyclic storage of natural gas or hydrogen. And here we have a difference. If you look at the right-hand side, we have a difference with the CO2, which will be stored in a total storage volume. And then in the case of a gas storage, we have this total storage volume subdivided into a cyclic or in a cushion gas storage volume and a working volume storage. So the cushion gas volume storage, that is the cushion gas volume, that is actually a static volume. That is only there to keep the pressure in the reservoir to run or operate the storage. And then on top of that, you have the working gas volume that is charged or being discharged as the storage is producing or injecting. And that is a variable part of the storage. So that is the difference between the permanent and the temporary storage. And that division is, of course, something that we need to take into account. On the left-hand side, you can see an overview of European natural gas storages. That the situation since 2016. So there's actually over 170 storages with a huge amount of storage capacity. That is almost 30% of the total gas consumption level. So then we have the next slide, because gas storage is already a mature development, but what is upcoming now is hydrogen storage. So you look at the roadmaps for the energy transition and the roadmaps for 2050, you see that hydrogen will probably become a very important commodity in the energy system, but also as an industry feedstock, fuel for transportation, a way to produce power for power generation and also heating of buildings. And that increase of hydrogen will go also together with a need for storage, like we have for natural gas. When we look at the projections in, for example, in the European Clean Planet for All publication, then we can see that there is probably a great need for hydrogen storage. And we also see that at the national level. So these projects must be developed still. There's, as of now, only a very few hydrogen storage projects in the United States and one in UK. So the challenges here, this is still a technology in development, but it needs to emerge quite quickly, because between 2030 and 2050, there's an expectation that we have a lot of these projects. The challenges are related to the E-axis, for example, the business case and the commerciality still has to be proven. The embedding in the energy system is a challenge, as well as the societal acceptance and the regulatory framework has to be adapted to the use of underground hydrogen storage. On the F-axis, we typically have the technological maturity of the project, which is now undergoing several demonstrations, being investigated in several demonstration projects, and that is also including the geological assessment. Finally, the G-axis relates to the geological screening and monitoring of volumes. So my takeaways for this presentation are that the application for CO2 storage, the UNFC injection project's classification for CO2 storage has been demonstrated and is quite mature. It needs currently implementation at national level and industry level. So that is still quite limited. That requires attention. Furthermore, we need to define and improve the embedding of the information from regional geological screening studies to prepare any industry projects to make selections and start developments. We need to further evaluate and test the applicability of temporary gas storage projects, especially focusing on the differentiation between working gas and cushion gas volumes. Commerciality is in the working gas, of course. And finally, very important, I think, for the coming years is the evaluation of the applicability for underground hydrogen storage, as many projects will probably emerge between 2030 and 2050. And with that, I will end my show and thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much. Very interesting to hear more about the injection projects. So, with that, we will come back with questions to you. And for now, I welcome Kevin Parks. Kevin, you are an independent expert with over 35 years of experience in hydrogeology in Western Canada. You are the former director of Alberta Geological Survey and chief geologist at the Alberta Energy Regulator. Sounds like a very interesting background. You are talking from Calgary, Canada today. We don't have any sound at the moment.
Oh, good morning. How are we now?
Oh, much better. Thank you. So, the floor is yours, Kevin. Welcome.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to start my slides. Okay, thank you very much. In my brief time here, I'm just going to talk about our groundwater specifications. The groundwater working group that I'm privileged to be chair of has about 22 members across 13 or 14 nations. We really are one of the new kids on the block as far as UNFC goes. I just wanted to frame the importance of groundwater to start off with. And the big takeaway is that groundwater is important in UNFC because it really is the world's largest extracted raw material by volume. And I love this statistic. It's 982 cubic kilometers per year estimated of groundwater is withdrawn in the world. The next one down is petroleum at 6 kilometers cubed a year, and aggregates about 1 cubic kilometer per year. So it's an enormous volume of material that is extracted from the earth and provides most of our irrigation water and about half of all drinking water. So it's very important. So as a working group, we try as well as Aaron said to relate everything back to the Sustainable Development Goals, and we really anchor ourselves in Goal 12. And I'll explain why, because this is really about planning and information for responsible production and consumption of all commodities. And so when the Sustainable Development Goals were promoted, it was a bit of an oversight about missing groundwater. It's only mentioned a handful of times. And in the mid-2010s, there were a couple of studies, one by the UN University and one by the International Association of Hydrogeologists, that tried to make the point that groundwater is really an essential part of achieving sustainable development. And so we were added to the UNFC family in 2019. So in comparison to some of the other working groups, we're just out of the starting gate, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. So again, when we look at responsible use of groundwater, it really relates to both the social and environmental goals, as well as the economic and quality of life goals. And we can draw maps to all sorts of goals, but again, our key is really looking at responsible production information. And for this reason, like everybody else, we started with the supplemental specifications for groundwater, trying to translate the rich UNFC system of 2009 and 2019 into the challenges of groundwater. And I would note that several countries, notably Ukraine and the Russian Federation, actually adopted a UNFC 2009 version for their groundwater management systems. So we do have some pathfinders available. So there's some complicating aspects. Every commodity has its quirks, and it's a real challenge to take the broad UNFC and make it work in your community of practice. One of the challenging things about groundwater is that things move around and things interfere. So it's not unlike having a gravel pit or a gold mine, where not only do I have to worry about what's in my pit, I have to worry about my neighbor's pit. And not only my neighbor's pit, but the pit that was there 100 years ago, because things move around in time and space. So this complicates things when we look at applying UNFC. It's also really challenging in working in the groundwater governance kind of world because legal and traditional rights to water really complicate how you actually describe things and measure things. And it's also what we call a common pool resource, that we all share it. And just like surface water, the use by one is somehow deteriorates the use by another, or the pollution by one will deteriorate the use by another. So again, we have to recognize this as we pull UNFC together into the groundwater world. So in our starting point, two things that are important to notice is, one is that traditionally groundwater has been viewed as very much through a resource lens, where we look at water balances, environmental flows, aquifers, and something bigger than an asset or a project. And because of this, there's really no groundwater equivalent to these systems like PRMS or CRISCO or JORC or COGI. So there's really nothing to hang our hats on, so to speak, and build off of or bridge back to. So it's a greenfield effort, and that has pros and cons. The pros is that, well, we get to start fresh. The cons is that as a group, we're not really familiar with applying these kinds of standards. So I want to say how we've put together our first draft of the supplemental groundwater specifications. They were released this spring in Geneva, and we call this, it's our minimum viable project number 1, and it's not going through the public consultation phase yet because it's still a work in progress. But we published it so we can actually talk about it. And I just wanted to call attention, and I'll go into a bit of detail in my brief time here, how we've had to actually look at E, F, and G scores in the UNFC system and make reference to a groundwater inventory that sits out independent. And that's how we handle the problems of interference and common pool resources. And because inventory is so important, we also had to recognize in our classification system groundwater as an in situ provider of services and environmental flows. There's what we call socially necessary projects, which are the unregulated access to water. Anything with a hole in the ground with a bucket is a well, and that's a groundwater project. And then there's a lot of linkage to other commodities as well, and you've heard a bit about that today. So I would just highlight for the innovations of the groundwater e-axis is really putting into a category what we call socially necessary projects. These are the ones that are not projects in a commercial sense, but these are the farm and domestic wells, and they really have to be accounted for. You can hopefully read this at your leisure. I'm just going to go through here, but the implications of our work in the e-axis is really profound actually for UNFC, because as the other commodities look at their e-axes, a lot of their E considerations are actually the impact on groundwater. And so somehow in our system or in UNRMS, we'll have to link these classification and schemes together. So if you have an impact on groundwater, you're referring or deferring to the groundwater specifications, which will be a little bit of a novelty. The F-axis, we're working on this. One of the speakers ahead of me, talking about in Austria about sand and gravel, has the same problem. There's not an F-axis practice that when you drill a well, you just go out and drill it. You don't do a lot of feasibility studies. You don't do a lot of exploration. You just drill a hole, and hopefully you'll get lucky. So this means that there's a lot of work that can be done in the F-axis, and a lot of the new international accounting standards looking to invest in projects that have a water aspect are going to demand this of our profession. So there's a lot of work to do on the F-axis. It's practically brand new. And again, what it moves us away is from these kind of least cost to a best available technology situations. I want to say a few words about uncertainty, the G-axis. Now, as we go through UNFC, we're learning that G doesn't have to just be geologic in terms of the certainty, but we do have to work this part a bit more, just because I put a distribution here UNFC, with its minerals and petroleum roots, really likes to use a high certainty as a high chance of a volume in excess of a number. In groundwater, we prefer to use the best estimate and have a high confidence with a shrunken interquartile range. That's a different way of doing this. I worked a lot with Alistair on trying to figure out how to actually square this circle. I'm not happy with where we are yet, but we'll have to talk about this as we move forward about how we actually deal with uncertainty. And why that's important is it goes back to these inventories that we have to pay attention to. If you use a best estimate instead of a G1 or P90 kind of measure, you can add things together for ease of inventory. And we're looking at the UN's SEA water framework as being our basis for inventory. It's a good framework, and it's been around for about 10 years, and it really matches well with what we need to do. What we're doing ahead right now is really making our proofs of concepts and learning how to apply what we said, link it back to the standards, and come up with a better version number 2. And our timetable is to do that in the next year or so. And as well, we're doing a lot of socialization of what we've done with our community of practice. So my time is up, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us and talk about all this today. It's actually, I think you're doing groundbreaking work, so I really look forward to following this, and I hope we can implement it worldwide in the end.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So now we'll come back with questions a little bit later after our next speaker, Julian Hilton, who is chair of the working group on delivering on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But you're also chairman of the Aleph Group, and you're a long-time friend with Sweden. I know you know a lot about Swedish culture and crayfish parties, for instance, and you spent time at the Royal Institute of Technology. So maybe you will give your talk in Swedish? No? Not this time.
Unfortunately not.
So anyways, the floor is yours, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Jacob, if you can put up the screen in such a way that I can see the slides, that would be great. The talk, I've given a subtitle, Holistic Management of Resources in the Circular Climate Economy. Next slide, please. And the reason for that, I think, is that UNFC and the companion UNRMS, the Resource Management System, come at a very important point in the evolution of how the Sustainable Development Goals are going to be delivered. And that point has got very much to do with a transition in the way we see resources in general, which coincides, I think, fortunately, with the transition to the circular economy. Because what that transition, in my opinion, represents is a transition, in effect, away from a model of resource as commodity, tradable item, with a very much a market focus, towards resources that something in the end are there to meet essential needs of people. And in that process, the transition, I think, has forced UNFC to reverse almost the view it takes, such that it's no longer about the commodity and then what goes on. It's actually what are the social and environmental requirements that access to that resource, use of that resource brings with it. And that reversal, I think, is why the circular economy is going to be very helpful, because there are already some very good examples in the circular economy of how the circular economy can align the interests of different stakeholders in a way that the linear economy, which we're moving out of, cannot deal with. And not to put it too delicately, I think the linear economy model in resource management is at a crisis point, which is reflected in the lack of confidence and often public rejection of any project to do with mining or extractive industry. Very simply, people do not want them. And I think that crisis of confidence is one of the really important tasks, which by taking the environmental and social as the starting point, not the point that you think about once you've decided the mineral or the other resource is worth extracting. Once you decide what you need, then think environment and society before you start extracting. So in that sense, I think I've called this the great resource transition, just as we're talking about the energy transition. Its goal is to fix this global crisis of confidence in extractive industries. And I think that's going to be in now the new DNA that is being sequenced in this hybrid product, UNFC, UNRMS. The transition points are from linear to circular. And I've added the word climate there because industry is increasingly using the word climate economy to reflect its current position. Secondly, from resource as commodity to something which people can feel is integrated, inclusive, and people can trust in the way it's managed. Then, and we've heard very good explanations of negative externalities already by listening today, from moving from the negative externality, where in effect wastes and costs that go with those wastes, including pollution, have been dumped on society for future generations to pay for. And that's exactly where we are now in terms of climate crisis. Then that also coincides with the shift that we've noticed from shareholder return to what is now being called stakeholder capitalism, where the stakeholder is more important than the shareholder. The shareholder remains of interest, of course. It remains part of the duty of boards of directors to return value to shareholders. But if they do so without paying attention to employees, supply chain, value chain, society, then they've lost the game. And so that transition, which very interestingly was initiated by the banks, is critical here. And that moves us to where this goes economically. John Nash developed the idea of a cooperative or an equilibrium-based model where there are transactions of critical importance where we either all win or all lose. And I think in the case of particular critical resources, we are very much in a world of Nash economics where we need to find these judicious win-win positions. And that moves us to something I recommended that goes into what you'll see briefly in a minute, the UN policy brief, as a social resource contract rather than a social license to operate. But both parties to that contract have rights. Next slide, please. Next, just click next. This is from the UN Extractives policy brief that was published on May the 25th, 2021, very recent. And I won't try to read all of this for you, but what it refers to here in the first red box is moving to the circular economy and transforming the extractive sector into an engine for sustainable development. That's the first thing, and that goes to net zero and circular inclusive economy. Next clip, please. That then leads us to human rights and biological diversity, and in particular starts to focus on regional initiatives attached to UNFC and UNRMS, one of which the Africa Mining Vision and the associated product AMREC, which was approved by the Council of Ministers of the AU Commission this week, to my great delight. I've been helping the African region team work on that, and it's now been adopted in the wake of the sustainability proposals for African region. Next click, please. It's also designed to encourage public confidence back by stopping, amongst other things, fraud, corruption, illicit funds flows, conflict minerals, etc., etc. And finally, although I've reversed the order in which the recommendations come, number 15 actually says we're going to use UNFC and UNRMS to deliver where the new generation of thinking by the UN goes in terms of the resources sector. So we now have a formal policy mandate from the Secretary General's office in New York, which allows us to now move forward with confidence to develop and implement these in the way that you've heard richly today is being done so well. Next slide, please. And next. So what are the defining principles that I've tried to use in thinking about how the social and environmental lens is constructed through which we will start to see this integrated toolkit, UNFC and UNRMS. So click, please. Next. The first is we need to change the narrative. What are we trying to do? And I was happy to sit in on a UNECE UNIDO meeting earlier in July. And it was very interesting to hear a very senior figure from Unilever saying, we need to develop a ground-up rethink of what we do and how we do it. And that is what I called the reset of the broken linear model. Next. They also use the very resonant phrase, we're making new molecules for the climate economy, ones which the hydrocarbon industries cannot make. So that's stretching us down the direction of innovation. Next, please. Then we're looking to something that is easily summarized. I know it's controversial slightly from the physics point of view, but nevertheless, zero waste. It should be possible to promise to stakeholders that once we've finished extracting the materials and using them, that there is no obvious trace of what we've done or where we're doing it. If any trace is available, the environment has been improved. And all the themes we've also heard a lot about today, whole life cycle management, full tracking, traceability, enabled, I very much agree, by blockchain, but also supported by artificial intelligence, etc., will work very well. Next, please. My view is in the circular economy, secondary resources are the default, not primary. We start with the assumption of recycling everything. I noticed BMW, for example, produced near where Soraya has talked from. They've promised to recycle every content piece of the BMW car and only access primary resources when they don't have available materials from what they've got from recycling. So that sense of topping up primary resources into the secondary rather than the other way around changes the narrative. Next. All existing resources therefore stay within the system boundary, even if no current foreseeable use is known for them. In other words, in my view, we should stop thinking of waste as a necessary consequence of extractive industries. Next, please. I think that means a fundamental rethink of risk-benefit models, investment algorithms, and so on. But that's already going on, as you can tell from this surge of investment into the so-called ESG, environmental social governance investment. But it's also being managed by the UN through this excellent new development, the United Nations Environmental Economic Accounting System. Next, please. That means I think we're looking at the development of a new currency, could be a new cryptocurrency, I guess, which fuses money and molecules. Next slide, please. So this is my summary of it. I won't try to go through this because I have 32 seconds left in any great detail. But firstly, the SDGs should be drivers of the new minerals economy. Secondly, I think we need to work in resource nexus for not in individual commodity resources. And I've taken to me the core three, which are water, energy, and food. You may have others, could be water, materials, and food, water, energy, materials, but it's in that core value. We need to invest in innovation and investment. And here you have the hyperlink for the SEAA model, which has just been updated in February 2021. We need to follow the post-COVID Build Back Better model in order to reach the SDG goal, people, planet, and prosperity for all. And that means for regulators as well as policymakers, I believe, the fact that they have to rethink what it means to be a regulator. And in my view, the regulator's first job is to regulate according to conditions that make the circular economy and this new stakeholder capitalism work. And that's a big change. But we can't do it on our own. SDG 17 is partnerships. And I believe it's when we rest on science and we work together between government, universities, and industry, we get back to a basis of credibility and trust in the way all of this functions. Next slide, please. Thank you, therefore, for your attention. And I look forward to picking up any questions. And thank you for SGU for inviting me to be in what has been a very, very interesting and rich day.
Thank you so much, Julian. Now we have reached our final Q&A session for the day.
We do.
So where do we start? Maybe we should start with Serge. What could be the role and added value of UNFC for future energy storage projects?
Yes, thank you, Erica. What I think is important in this respect is that that we particularly look at energy security. So CCS is there for mitigating carbon emissions, or even creating negative emissions if you use biomass, for example. But in the case of energy storage, and particularly hydrogen storage, we have the possibilities to secure energy over the periods of hours up to months and even a whole season. And even strategic reserves could be stored for any difficult periods where you have, for example, geopolitical problems. So I think it's very important that we take these kind of challenges into account, and we have to be prepared. We cannot just wait until hydrogen is fully taken up in the energy market, because it takes at least 10 years for a project, a storage project, to develop, at least the larger scale ones. We need to demonstrate. So I think UNFC could be very important, first of all, to map out these type of demonstration projects and also possibilities. And secondly, I think it's also evident that hydrogen is a cross-sectoral commodity, which links different parts of the energy system. It links renewable resources like wind and solar to any consumer in electricity, but also in heating. So it can be converted to heat, but it also contributes to the energy, to the industry as a feedstock commodity. So we need to use that, I think, and take that into account and make sure that we are ready in time for any challenges coming up with the energy transition. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Serge. Let's see, there's a question for Kevin. Will the use of UNFC for groundwater turn water into a commodity and not a human, and not be a human and environmental right in the future?
Yeah, thanks very much. That was a question that I understand predated the invitation of the groundwater community into UNFC, was the fear that applying a project-based approach to groundwater extraction would enhance or lead to commodification of water, where in most of our governance systems, water is both a human right and a environmental right. So with that in mind, the way we approached the development of UNFC for groundwater was to put special places to recognize, in this is the deep in the E-scores, about the need for in situ services and environmental flows, as well as what we call, socially necessary projects that will not be developed according to a feasibility ladder with geological analysis and even regulation in the E space. So, but we needed to account for those existence and deal with them in some way. We also had to accommodate a place for flows of water from other commodities, mines, petroleum, etc., and that goes into injection and storage and waste disposal. So we hardwired that in, not knowing quite how we're going to use it. Where this all gets balanced is in this external inventory. That's why if you're using SIA for water or SIA for environmental accounting, it's really important that the policymakers apportion parts of the resource for these different uses according to their local governance and state regulation, and not leave it to UNFC to do it. Otherwise, I think UNFC is going to try to do too much. So we were conscious about not commodifying water. That being said, I've been working with our commercial group as well to understand how the new frameworks for accounting and environmental accounting, climate change accounting have to be reflected in groundwater use and vice versa, because there are financial and institutional demands on accountability for water use, which is not the same thing as selling it. It's just making it more accountable. So it's a messy area. These are wicked problems. And it really goes nicely into what Julian was saying about moving from a linear win-lose economy to some sort of a circular win-win economy. And groundwater is really part of the, shall we say, the lubrication of that effort. Thanks.
Thank you.
So here we have a question for another one for you, Kevin. So what is your take on enforcing laws to countries to further improve the climate, not being able to use more of the groundwater available, for example?
Yeah, the climate adaptation is going to be really important. When we look at forecasts of water balances and water cycles in climate change scenarios here in Canada, for example, we're actually looking forward to groundwater as being a buffer or a stabilizer in the system as we learn how to adapt to changing surface flows. So we will have to actually govern our water and our groundwater better and more carefully, and learn how to use wastes and reuse them, how to distinguish between a renewable and non-renewable groundwater resource in a climate change adaptation. And I think we are going to consciously and wisely, I hope, use groundwater as another bridge to the future, to a more sustainable way of getting to where we have to go. When we look at population growth, development pressures, achieving sustainable development, we can see that we have to get from where we are today to a population of 9 to 11 billion on the planet. And we're going to have to use up some of our groundwater in order to get there. So it's a complicated matter, but in some ways we're going to use groundwater as a non-renewable bridge to that sustainable future. And I think that's, we're going to have to figure out how to do that in a legal framework with all these climate treaties. It's the work of the next decade.
So Julian, thank you for wrapping up this day for us. And we asked Scott this morning if he thinks that we could achieve our global goals and the Paris Agreement without UNFC and UNRMS. What is your take on that?
I'll get to answer that. There's just a couple of things I wanted to say in advance. One is to congratulate Sweden on producing the first batch of green steel, which I picked up this morning. That's a fantastic landmark moment, and is a very good example, I think, of how that industry is going to move as a result into this win-win circularity, very interestingly. The other is to confirm what Kevin said. I actually made the presentation on groundwater to the Groundwater Group in Geneva in, I think it was October 2019. And that commodity question came up, and I gave my assurance at that point that we would address it exactly as Kevin's very skillfully doing. He's far more expert in groundwater than me. But as I said in my presentation, I think we're moving away from any sense of these as commodities. I think that's what we have to give up, and to start thinking of them as essential services, which to the extent possible are constantly in circulation, but based on the principles of food security, as we've heard about, water security, energy security, and so on, because that's what is currently the cause of a lot of conflict, I think, and we're seeing, God knows, far too much of it at the moment, where there are issues about access to resources. So back to your point, to your question, Erica, I do actually see, and I said this to the UN and in various different formats, and I believe, whether I'm the only one saying or not, I rather doubt, but I actually believe the existence of the UN itself is wrapped up in how it deals with resources in this coming world that Kevin's already summarized for us, with 9 to 11 billion people. And I felt, and I had this conversation with Scott, I don't know whether he was joining in by listening, but I had this conversation when we were first looking at the UN resource management system, where I said, I think that will be the proof stone, if you like, of how seriously the UN is taking this, and how existential finding an equitable and balanced answer to this that addresses all stakeholder critical needs, how seriously that will be taken. And the very eloquent and elegant response is the policy brief which you've seen. And I have to applaud in particular Scott, Charlotte, and Harry in the office in Geneva, and the executive secretary, because they have very skillfully and very persuasively carried most of those arguments and many other good ones which they've obviously developed in consultation with a wide range of members of the expert group on resource management to show this can be done. So it's one thing to say it must be, but quite another to say can it. And I think what the policy brief shows, and there were many heads of state at the round table when that policy brief was launched who endorsed the resource management system in UNFC, because I think there's a recognition, and this I think gives you the direct answer, Erica, it will be governments, primarily in my view, that will be using UNFC and UNRMS in the future. The reason being governments have responsibility for 100% resources, whereas the markets normally have any responsibility for about 10% of them. The second is the UN is trusted. And if the UN is the body that's seen to be validating the standards, ensuring traceability, transparency, accuracy, then I think the public confidence will be absolutely essential to meet the needs of the still growing population will be much more likely to achieve than without. Now, is there a guarantee this can be done? No, but I'm very, very much of the opinion that without this being led from the UN and with UN approved tools, that the chances of public acceptance of this are very low indeed. And therefore the resource conflicts, which we know all about, at least from the 20th century, will only get worse rather than better. So I'm saying it slightly in an optimistic way. I'm not saying it ideologically, because I do think there is a practical way at which this process can be delivered using these tools.
Thank you, Julian. And thank you to all three of you, our last speakers. I think we have reached the end of this day. We just want to thank all of the speakers of today for their daily work with resource management. We'd like to thank our audience. And those of you who registered, we would like to remind you to fill in our survey evaluation sheet afterwards. And Therese.
Yes, and well, thanks a lot again. And I also would like to say that we have recorded this event, so the recording will be stuck, I almost said, but it will be to be found on SGU's, the Geological Survey of Sweden's webpage, and or through our YouTube channel in the future, and maybe also through Vinnova's webpage. Hanna, we'll see what happens.
And it might be a link to your webpage. But thank you so much for today. It was a really nice presentations from all of the speakers. And the international perspective was super nice.
Yeah, we all have a lot to think about. And we also would like to thank our technical support here today that has been really, really excellent. So thanks to Vinnova, thanks to the speakers, thanks to the audience, and thanks to our tech support.
Yes. Well, and thank you for joining us. And we hope to see you in the future. Hopefully not digital next time, but I think this worked pretty well too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So bye for now.
Bye for now, and have a nice evening.